want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. Take for their disease. Just like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make great.
All right, guys, let's get this party started. If you want a reading, be sure and visit my stand store. It is linked in the description below. And as always, we have a fair use, a disclaimer. As you come in, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and share the video if you like it. Let's get it going. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, astrologer Jennifer Jennings. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, honey. How are you guys doing today? It's Monday again. You're talking to, okay, cool. Enjoy that Walmart shopping over sensory overload, rather. Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning, guys. Well, we've got a lot of stuff, going around on the YouTube street. So I figured I would talk about some of that. Hey, Kimberly. Yeah, be sure and subscribe, guys. Join us. Hey, Elaine, Lori, Lisa. Good morning. Witchy Mama. Hey, honey. Good morning, guys. Lots of stuff going on the YouTube streets. Mob Crew did a video last night. Silver's on the scenes coming out, talking about the pond in the cemetery. So I thought I would, you know, talk about that. Good morning, Angela. We the people, that's right. Lori, Mama Rissa. Good morning, babe. Good morning. Hey, Elaine. All right, so when I look at the map, it's interesting to see why. I mean, of course, when Sebastian first went missing, I assumed the worst. Um, Went out looking at the cemetery a week later with me and my daughter, my granddaughter. We drove through there with a local. Yeah, thank you. Comfort and peace during the holidays. I don't know. I did. I did. Excuse me. I did email Bobby Simmons. Whether or not I'll hear back from him, I don't know. But I do know that there are in the very beginning when they were coming out giving us updates in the very beginning, talking about the searches that they were doing. They were talking about how many ponds they drained. But there's ponds around Sebastian's home that I know for a fact were not drained because the neighbors told me. So I wanted to let Bobby Simmons know that and just see if he would respond. And I doubt he will, but you never know. There's a lot of disordered aggression about things from the past that they did or didn't do. And we've said from the beginning that they dropped the ball, or we feel like that they dropped the ball. Now, could they have evidence? Could they have things that they are working on that they didn't tell us about? Still not telling us about? Of course. And to say that they dropped the ball, not sure, but I mean, I would say so. If you're not draining ponds and you're just relying on dogs to, alert you, it's a problem. It's a problem. To say that it was thoroughly searched, well, it wasn't thoroughly searched if you didn't drain the ponds. And I know of several ponds that were not drained. So, with that said, of course, I mapped the missing too, right? So I've mapped Sebastian from his home and from Texas Roadhouse. I know that there's a divine justice that's going over the Carr residence, but it also, that line that is bringing justice is going all the way out into North Carolina and Virginia. So I don't know where we're going to stop here. Logic tells me that he should be, if he left on foot without shoes, which makes no sense whatsoever. But let's say he did, that's going to be huge for any dogs that are sniffing for him. And it just doesn't make any sense. And so we have to ask ourselves what makes the most sense. And I'm going to show you guys the pond and the map. But first, I want to talk about the transits right now are showing that there's an expansion with leads that are coming in for the state of Tennessee. And it's a degree that connects to Layla Santinello, that connects to Summer Wells. This 2428 is there's an expansion with home, with family, with loyalty, because it's in Cancer. So Jupiter is expanding these leads, this communication with the state of Tennessee. And there is a lot going on here in the state of Tennessee. I could show you on, Google, all the stuff that's being talked about. the US Marshals, so on and so forth. But it does connect to Summer and Layla too, and if you didn't catch my video about Layla, on July 10th, 2023, 2 weeks after she goes missing from Kingsport, Tennessee, she's captured on video, which is a still picture now that I've shared, and she's walking 4 houses down from where her boyfriend, Michael, was living. And let me tell you guys something. After talking with her dad and Brittany this morning, or last night rather, that's the same exact day that they had began to receive Cash App requests. And if you know anything about that case, that was a big deal. Those Cash App requests began July 10th and went into the month of August. But that picture that I'm showing is that day, which is wild to me, like wildin', wild. And it's that day that her and Michael, their Chiron in Capricorn, was in transit with the divine justice with communications. And it's just logic tells me that she was, deep into the addiction world. OD'd, they did something with her. We're trying to find her, right? But like I've told everybody all the time and continue to say this, until there's a body, we can speculate, we can theorize, we can just know what we know, and then it come back and bite us in the butt. And we really don't know. We really don't. There's no science to forensic astrology. There's no science to it. Y'all, if there was, I promise I would find it. And there's not. There's just not. To say that Sebastian is close to home would be logic. But it's not logical for Sebastian to leave the house without shoes. So that strikes all of that out. To say that there couldn't have been an abduction with Summer and just only focus on the parents, obviously, those parents are not like parents of the year or anything. I mean, none of us are. I know that, but I'm just saying to only focus on Don and Candace Wells, well, you got a bunch of people that's around Summer that's just like them. And you have a offender that's right there who had just gotten out of jail. We don't know that she wasn't in the street. We don't know where Summer really was, do we? Because there's no cameras showing us anything about Summer. But there is no science to this work that I do, but I'm looking for it every single day. I can tell you that when the transits come about, and I can show it to you, when these transits come about, things take place. There's definitely an expression that's taken place, but there's no science to that expression because you have multiple people that are going to be involved in that fated time. And some of those people I could look at all day long and they may start looking like the same person. I know that the General Proudfoot Jr. dude, his family that's out there in Virginia, he's in transit today. Jacob Carr is in transit today. State of Tennessee is in transit today. I mean, it's just like, who's the one? Early on, we hear that Miss Bowersox has a friend, but it's really not a friend of Miss Bowersox. It's actually the ex of Daniel Proudfoot, we hear about her early on in the case, how she could possibly work with Homeland Security. It's not that this isn't just a slam dunk. And a lot of times these missing kids cases, they go on for, you know, as long as they have, like, with Summer, Sebastian, and all the other cases that we could name. They go on and on because the evidence is not clear, and you only have one time to get it right. We know that there was CPS stuff going on. There was court stuff going on with Sebastian. I know that court stuff was going on with Layla too. Layla's daughter was being she was being taken. There was things going on with her and Michael with the courts, with other things. There was so much going on with Layla that I wouldn't blame her if she just opted out. I'm talking about opted out and just said, to hell with it. I'm going underground. I wouldn't blame her at all for that. It was very toxic. Everywhere Layla turned, it was toxic. No matter where she turned, it was toxic. And that's the bottom line. I don't care if you're on Jennifer's team or you're on George's team. Both sides were toxic for Layla. She couldn't escape it. She couldn't escape what she was going through no matter where she turned. She just couldn't escape it. Now, she could have went to New Jersey. She could have been with a bunch of little kids. No, that's not going to happen either. The thing that really that gets me with Sebastian is him leaving with no shoes in the middle of the night. One shadowy figure is caught. Now, those woods that is by that pond in the cemetery was searched. We searched them. Some of the woods we did search. But we were told by countless neighbors that we talked to that those wooded areas were searched several times by the police. And I know that, well, I would imagine that the law enforcement definitely checked out on multiple occasions Frances, the mother of Katie. Good morning, busy mom at home. Good to see you, honey. Good to see you, his eyes. Good to see y'all. Thank you for joining me this morning. The problems also with when we okay, let me just show you this. Let me show you my screen because this is let me give credit to Silver's on the scene with this video. Hold on just a second. Let me give credit to him. This is his video right here. This is the video that I'm going to show you where he just uploaded it. And he's talking about the cemetery, driving through the cemetery and driving through and looking at the pond. And if y'all can't hear it, please let me know. Hold on. Let me stop that for a second. Screen sharing was canceled. Yes, it was. All right, let's try it again. Okay. You did watch it yesterday? Yeah. And this is what I want to talk about. And it's around the 1410 mark. We'll start here. And if you guys can't hear it, just let me know. I'll figure something else out. All right. This is the cemetery right by the home.
Help find this child. It would be good if I knew. I'm not going to get in that pond anyway, right? But Has it been searched? It's so close to the home.
You see it to the right, there's the pond. There's the pond to the right. When I went out there after the first week that Sebastian went missing, me and my daughter, my granddaughter, we just rode around. It didn't look like that pond was disturbed. And that was a week after he had went missing. I would say 1 to 2 weeks. It didn't look like it was disturbed, but I also want to tell you this too, is that a lot of this wooded area, it looks dense, but it's not. It's not. It's not dense. And the other thing that I want to say is that this is completely changed. When Lady Freedom came out during the Pig Fest, she stayed with us over the weekend. We took her all through here because I wanted to show her the pond and the cemetery and this road and how it goes to Ward Lane, but it's blocked. You can't get from the cemetery to Ward Lane. There's no out. You have to turn around and you have to come back this way. There is no outlet. So I want y'all to be aware that there is no outlet. You have to turn around and you have to come back. But this pond and Ward Lane, when he first went missing, that construction area going this way was on my list of hot spots. I had hot spots all around here. And I've removed those hot spots because we have checked them out. Not saying that, he couldn't be out there. I'm just saying we did check that out. And I know that the law enforcement did as well. I just don't know that the law enforcement drained this pond. And that pond is not deep at all. So it's not like something would have happened and he went in the pond and, couldn't have gotten out. He could have gotten out. If there was something nefarious now, that would change the ball game. You would definitely want to drain all the ponds surrounding his home just in case any type of foul play where he's, didn't just fall in, is going to resurface, right? All of this drive is paved now. And a lot of this wooded area has also been cleared out. They've been working a lot on this property, and it doesn't even look the same anymore. So when Michael with Silvers on the Scene comes back, he's going to find that it looks a lot different, a lot different. Yeah, Jeff saying that yeah, Jeff, that's correct. I mean, there was several fresh exposed dirt areas around the back of the cemetery. That is true. So that's, there was a lot that we saw early on. There's a lot that we saw when we went back. But yeah, Narc divers did go into the retention pond, but not this one. Not this one. He definitely wouldn't have gone into the pond himself. And not only that, he can swim. And the only reason why you would think that they would drain these ponds is in case there was any type of foul play. And like I said, I emailed Bobby Simmons to see which one, if he would tell me, because I know, and I let him know that I know that there are ponds out there that they did not drain because I was told by the neighbors. I mean, I'm talking about some properties that they went on 4 or 5 times looking in the woods. But yet you got a whole big ass pond, 10 foot deep, and y'all didn't check that one? You didn't drain that one? I mean, these little bitty ponds here. Okay, but what about the big deep ones? with all of this said, the only way that I could think that Sebastian would run out that house and not be caught on camera is if he came out that back. But still, where's his shoes? Where's his shoes? I do know that the Saturn return is coming up for the Carboy. That's coming up second week of January. I know that the Proudfoot Junior boy that lives out there in Virginia, he's got a lot of things going on with him today that's coming up as well. He's went through his Saturn return. But I also saw this morning where Chris is pissed off all day today. And I would imagine it's because of the Mob Crew video that he did last night talking about whether or not he came here was really was really here and not at work, or doesn't really have a clear alibi. So it could be. It could also be that there's other things going on with Chris today. That's also possible. We know that Sebastian Rogers had a parent-teacher conference. There was CPS stuff going on. And we know that there was things going on with him and Nina trying to get custody of Faith. There was a custody battle. We know that they were looking for places for Sebastian to go, and the places that they wanted Sebastian to go, Seth wasn't on board because he would research these places, and they didn't appear to be a good suit for Sebastian. So with all of that going on, there is a clear motive. And you say, well, why didn't they just let him go and live with Seth? Because there's a control factor here. That's why. It's about control. It's about hating Seth that much, and control. That's why. I mean, CPS, all that ordeal that was going on, we say, well, Sebastian was not due to testify, but we don't know that. We don't know that as a fact. When CPS is involved, the state is involved. So we don't know that the state wouldn't have gotten Sebastian up on the stand and asked him questions. Okay. We don't know that they wouldn't have taken a statement from Sebastian. We don't know. And it would seem to me, with him being 15, almost 16, well, I mean, why wouldn't they ask him how things are going in that home? Why wouldn't they? Of course they would. So to say any of that is a fact is wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's also wrong to say that Seth Rogers was doing a double. There is no doubles. They don't have doubles where he works. And he can't just be taking a break for 2 hours. That's wrong. There's so much misinformation. And I think we would do well to ask people to fact check. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, babe. Exactly, Jill. I mean, he could have been asked. He could have been asked to testify. They may not have known what was going to happen. And they may not have known that this was going to blow up like it did. Right? I mean, didn't they say that? They said that. Well, at least you're here, orb attraction. At least you are here. I find it very convincing that CP is involved when he wouldn't say where he was that weekend. It took him how many months to come up with a fake alibi? Working on skirting or fixing a car. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Once you are in the pot, you can't just leave. You get locked in. CP truck ping. Who pinged it? Who pinged that? Who pinged that? Was there a ping? CP truck ping that weekend doesn't lie and tells all. Where did it ping at? And where did you hear that it pinged? Because that's news to me. And if it's true, I'd like to put that on the map where his truck pinged that weekend. Because you would think that if his truck pinged that weekend and he really wasn't at work, he really doesn't have a solid alibi, and the police would be looking harder at him. Let me know his eyes. Let me know what you find out. Let me know. So Silver's on the scene is going to keep near the house. It was stated in another creator video in the past. Yeah, I'm not sure about that though. Not sure about that. I don't think that his truck would have pinged um, and how they would have gotten that information about his truck pinging unless the law enforcement told them, and I don't see that happening. Don't think so. I don't think so. You heard that too about his truck? Yeah, I don't think so. Chris said it on Truth's Live that his phone pinged. Chris said it on Truth's Live. If you can find that, Mama Rissa, let me know. Let me know. Yeah, that's what Mama Rissa is saying too. Stupid law enforcement didn't know that was my truck. Okay, let me know, guys. If y'all can find that link, send it to me, and I'll definitely be sure to play it. You've always felt strongly that Katie's and CP's vehicle pings were going to show a contradiction. Just a gut feeling looking at the astrology. Interesting. Welcome, new watchers. I was able to give 5 free memberships. So, those of you who have a membership, now you are part of the group. Suppose his truck came in the area. I think Truth took it down. I believe I know someone who has to have it somewhere. Right. Huh. So, all that time he was saying that he wasn't here. He had an all, and then he goes on Truth saying something different. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So, when it comes to this video, with Silver's on the scene, he's going to keep talking about it. He's going to keep driving, and I'm going to play it for a little bit. Let me scoot it up a little bit because I want you to see this. It's definitely it does not look the same. And Jeff, as my witness, can tell you hold on. What's that saying? Seth was notified by his son's school caseworker. They were not going to send Sebastian. CPS reports against CP by Sebastian. They were not going to send Sebastian to live with Seth. They definitely didn't. You think Justin has it? Okay. Okay. Oh, if anybody can find a clip where he is saying that himself, let me know. Send it to my email. Yeah, I think so too. They severely failed him. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Okay, thanks, Hope Floats. Because I don't remember hearing about that or seeing it. So I'm just wondering if he actually admitted to that. Okay. But none of this looks the same. It looks completely different. Again, this is all paved now. I mean, I'm talking about it's blacktop.
Let everybody waste their time trying to help the family, and then nothing be found. And then several months later, where we are now, look, bring him out here and lay him down. Somebody in there paying respects to their loved one. This is big, huh?
So you can keep going left. You can keep going around here to the left, and it'll circle back around. And then this right here is going to take you to Ward Lane. So you can circle back around, or you can take a little right here, and that's going to go toward Ward Lane, where there is a gate and it's locked. Once you get past that gate, there's like this little bridge that goes over the creek, because the creek is there. But you have to have the key to unlock it to get on the other side of the gate to go to Ward Lane. So it's not an outlet. You have to turn around down here and you have to come back. And like I said, Michael is going to see that everything has changed now. It looks completely different. They did check this area with dogs. Yes. All of these wooded areas, per the neighbors. Okay. This is from the locals around there. So Silver's on the Scene is going to go this way.
But the other reason to come through here is I just, for those who live nowhere nearby, who may never get a chance to come to this area, I mean, it's massive, right? Mm-hmm. It's massive. I mean, just this area alone is massive. It's directly next door to his home. So let's just take the route that he left on foot.
No, it is massive through there, but like I said, it would look, it's appearing thick and dense wooded area, but it's not. It's not. In February, like right now, all the foliage is off the trees. You can see that it's not dense. You can see through, you can see through it. But he's going to keep going. And like I said, all of this is blacktop now. They've been doing a lot of work on this entire property. And so I would also think that if Sebastian would be here, because they are all on this property doing all kinds of work and trimming and this and that, they would have found him if he was in the woods.
I mean, look at that dirt right there.
Now that wooded pile that you see is still there. That's right directly in front. All of that is still there.
I mean, look. There's dirt there, right? And it's like a mound. Is that excess dirt? Is that where a hole has been dug? someone going to take a shovel and actually look there? Has it been searched already? These are all these questions.
I mean, and they're, you know, they're valid questions, especially if you don't live out here, especially if you haven't walked it. They are definitely valid questions.
He had said one time about, maybe.
See, he's going to have to turn around because there's a gate here. And like I said, this is all now blacktop. When Sebastian went missing, this was dirt just like it is now. On the other side was dirt, and you could hardly tell that there was a road that was going to come up. But, if you sat there and you looked, it would show you, you would be able to see that it's going up to the cemetery. But again, this is gated. It's been gated with a lock on it. So you can't just drive through here. But this is all church property. All church property. With the cemetery. And that would be a Cancerian energy. This is all Cancerian. Now he's going back. See, he had to turn around, so he's going to go back.
Right there. Right there. Right there.
Hold on.
Searching all the time. But I got.
Hold on, let me show you that. Hold on. Let me go back. So I want to say it was this tree line that we walked. And see, this tree line, it looks dense, but it's not. It's not.
Is within the 5-mile radius, because this is like a half a mile from his home. We might be at a mile now, possibly. But if you come through those woods right there.
All of that to the right. It looks dense, but it's not.
There. Right there. Right there. That leads right to his home.
It does. It sure does, right through there. It leads to his home. So here's the map. Yeah, I agree. All things should be thoroughly searched, but the energy falls flat on this lead for me, in my opinion. And it falls flat for me too because shoes and shoes. Okay, so let's go closer in on the pond. When he first went missing, all of this through up here, I had a lot of hot spots. But once I went and looked, I took some of these hot spots off. So as far as the cemetery, it would be this line on the cemetery. Any of these graves on the cemetery going through these little bitty, tiny bit of woods going to the school, and then back at the school, going to the school. That's where the justice is, the divine justice with Astrea and Cancer. So all of this Cancerian energy is pertinent when you look at it from a forensic astrology type of view, because the Cancerian energy for me would be about land, real estate, grave, cemetery. For the DA, this is where the justice would be coming. Let's say that there was 2 that were doubled up in one, because this is Gemini. Now we're in Gemini. So the Gemini would show that it'd be right here. But see, here's where it falls for me. because Seth shines here. He shows up and shows out. These lines go all the way to Gallatin, where Mama Stocks lives, where the glasses were found. And so it makes sense that Seth would show up and show out with the glasses. And the Vulcanist in Gemini, I think that that's about the glasses because it's about the communications. Seth showing up and showing out with his sun that is shining here. He's not going to shine if his sun is found deceased here. You're not going to shine here. Okay. Now, there could be an angle that I'm not seeing with the sun. It could be because it's conjunct his Venus. It could be that there could be something that we would find on this line, like glasses. Okay. Because this is going all the way to Gallatin, where those glasses were found. And you can see that it's also coming, that conjunction with Seth is highlighting right over the pond. So let's go directly over the pond. I meet the FBI here. Let's pull up the searchers and see if Silver's on the scene. Shows up here. And he does. Right with Katie, right there. Let's take the parents off just so you can see. Where's the parents? Silver's on the scene. Where are you at? Searchers. Okay. There he is. Let's go further in. Michael, Silver's on the scene. His Jupiter in Libra is trining his Gemini sun. So Michael also shines in Gemini. And we have a super full moon coming up on December 4th in Gemini. So what's happening is the moon is going to conjunct the Gemini sun. We're going to be talking about the glasses, perhaps. We're going to be reflecting on these communications. All communications we're going to be reflecting on is very mercurial. Mercurial. So it says shines with law enforcement, relationships, 2 or more people with communications. The Jupiter in Libra angle is where he meets Sebastian with groups or with his groups. So it's telling the story, is it not? I created this when Silver's on the Scene gave me his birth time last year. And I added him in because he was doing searches. And I have other searchers here. It's telling the story, is it not? And that's what we want to see with a map. We want the map to tell the story to us. We want it to tell us what's going on. So here's the state of Tennessee. This is their South Node. This is where they've been before with enlightenment when it comes to relationships. And it could be about a video. Any type of communications is going here. But they have the enlightenment. They have enlightenment when it comes to 2 or more with communications, with ring cameras and things of that nature. That would suffice for the mob crew video, him showing all the lights and stuff like that. And then we have the missing flame of life is shown here to the law enforcement. Line goes all the way to Virginia. Goes all the way to Virginia. And this is where the missing event during the this is about the relationships. The relationships during the missing event. And it's squaring the Virgo moon, which is not good. This wouldn't be a good angle to find Sebastian alive on, because there is a square with the moon, and the moon was in Virgo, and it was about the health factor. This is where information is talked about during the missing event. Again, this is right over the pond, going right over the cemetery. Tennessee South Node conjunction. Again, this is saying that this conjunction with the South Node is where the state of Tennessee's already been. They've been here. They've looked here. And like I said, I meet the FBI here. It's this line going this way, but it goes all the way out to Virginia. The FBI, Pluto, conjunct Hygeia in the 8th house of death. So the 8th house is the Plutonian energy. And this would go with that Plutonian energy. It would have to do with murky water. So either the storm drain, storm water, pond, trash, things of that nature. It says 2 or more is possible, communications, video, community, a rebirth of what's hidden with mental health, trash, pond. Travel and communications, things that they learn here, things that the FBI learns. But again, when I turn on the parents, look at other law enforcement agencies. When I turn on the parents, Chris's North Node in Gemini is here. This is where he meets his fate. There's a reigniting of a flame with Sebastian. It's mental. This is where Chris meets his fate. Yeah. I already said it. Stephen Crabtree. This is where his 11th house groups, his friend group. This is where there's a lot of energy with communications with his friend group. But this is what seals the deal for me of it being a no-go, because why would Seth shine? Why would Seth shine with Venus? The only thing that I can think of is that if Seth were to walk around this area on this, by this line, going out to the cemetery here, he could find something of Sebastian's, but it's going to go all the way from the backyard going this way, because this is where it's going. Kell-In, the back of Kell-In, new construction area. It would be here where he would shine. But I don't think that you're going to show up and show out and shine if you find your child, or that is the line that your child would be found on. So that's a no-go for me. Could I be wrong? Sure. But as you can see, Silver's on the scene is here. And this is where he is shining with Jupiter in Libra. That's the reason why I put that title there with this live. Because basically, the way that he shines in Gemini is shaking things up with Uranus with the TBI. And there's a reason, more reasons than that. The TBI yesterday was in transit with Sebastian. And I want to show you guys that, because it's going to, when you see it from my perspective, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when you see it from an astrological perception. It doesn't mean that this is all set in stone, because everything changes. The time clock changes, right? Time is always changing. And the things that we are talking about are changing, and they will consistently change. And what the clock, the astrological clock, is showing us is what is taking place now, what we are talking about now. But the things that we are talking about now are going to change. And so will those transits. So will those astrological behaviors that are pushing us to talk about certain things. So let me show you, let me share my entire screen now. That way I can get on the astrology, because this is where it really breaks it all down for me, and you can see it, may not, I don't know, you may can understand it, you may not. Okay, so let's look at this. Oh, let me see what this was. Oh yeah, I wanted to show y'all this when I was talking about Layla. This is when July 10th, that picture was taken of her, and this is exactly when they started receiving those messages. Very weird, really odd to me. Really odd. Okay. Let me pull up my pen so I can show you guys this. Okay, let's look at the transits right now, and then I'm going to walk you back. I'm going to walk you back through this, okay? I'm going to walk you back. This morning, well, let me walk you back through yesterday. So let's go back yesterday. Hold on. Transits. When Silver's on the scene, put this out. Let's go back a day. This was 7:30 in the morning. Not sure what time he put it out, but Uranus, Mercury, let me show you Mercury. Mercury in Scorpio is in good standing with Jupiter. Mercury in Scorpio is in good standing with Saturn. It's with a quincunx with Chiron. And what's happening is Mercury is stationing direct. Mercury is stationing direct yesterday morning to go forward and to come into an opposition. It's not yet in an opposition, but it will be. It's working toward an opposition. So I've already got that opposing force in mind, okay? Because these two are opposite. We got a 29 degree, we got a 20 degree here in Scorpio. Now, let me save that, and I'm going to show you something. Because the 1350s, I've said it time and time again, and I've said it leading up to this day that we didn't know how it was going to work itself out. And we never do we? Never know exactly how it's going to work itself out. We just know that we're watching it, because that's what we do. We watch, we observe, we try to learn, right? So November 30th, that was yesterday. So we wake up in the morning and we have a stationing Mercury at a 2046. We have a Uranus and Taurus at a 2904. And so the shakeup with Sebastian, with Uranus, and with Mercury is in his natal chart. So Mercury stationing at a 2046. Here is Sebastian's 2046. This connection is being made, and there is a lot of disordered aggression. There's a lot of warring here with the fifth house of kids, school, competition in this fifth house. There is an opposition with the TBI here, because the TBI, and I'm going to show it to you. Don't worry. I'm not going to just tell you. I'm going to show it to you. It's 2046 in Aries for Sebastian is about other kids. It's about competition. It's about warring. It's about anger. It's about abuse. And this flame of life is constantly going to reignite here. So this 2046 in Aries, the TBI has a 2046 in Libra. It's their Pluto. Their Pluto in Libra. So it's definitely Pluto rules Scorpio. Pluto is about death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden. You got to go deep beneath the surface to find it. Scorpio is a containment. That's what I have found when I'm looking at the Scorpio Taurus axis, is that there could be a containment. So we do have to go deep into the investigation. That means you have to drain all of the ponds, because Mercury coming into the same degree with Sebastian is showing not only a connection with Mercury, the media, the video, Silver's on the scene, but it's not just connecting to Sebastian, it's definitely connecting to the TBI as well. The South Node, let's talk about this. The South Node here in the ninth house, it's about higher learning, things that we learn. And the North Node is here in the third house in Pisces. And that's where we're moving to, is this North Node. This 1350 is found in Eric Craddock's chart. It's found in Chris Proudfoot's chart. It's found in Katie's chart. Okay. Very important for us to remember that. And if you don't remember, it's okay. I'll remind you. And this is yesterday morning. There's an intensity yesterday morning at a 350. It matches Sebastian and the state of Tennessee. And as you can see, this 350 is in Scorpio. He's rising with Scorpio. We have to go deep beneath the surface to find Sebastian, or we have to go deep within the investigation and the investigators themselves. Meaning, is there corruption? Well, I know that this shakeup that was happening, and it's by his school, okay? It's by his school, the fifth house of kids. This is education. This is school. This is the competitive house. You know, there's a shakeup here. And that shakeup is going online. It's We the People. Silver's on the scene, and it's shaking things up in the public eye about where Sebastian traveled to, because the ninth house is about travel. All of this Sag energy is about travel. Yesterday morning, Mars is upon oh shoot. I want to say it's Seth. Mars is upon Seth about things of the past. We can see that Venus is at a 2939, and Venus is critical. She's critical here about things of the past because she's at a 29 degrees. So Venus, it's about the values, things that we own, things that Sebastian would possess. Is in an opposition, a major challenge with the groups. That's us, We the People, that's Silver's on the scene. That's yesterday. That's yesterday. And so what's going to happen? Let me see what else I can see. The other thing is this. The state of Tennessee, Saturn, is limiting them. There's limits and obstacles with their work and medications, their work with things of the past, prisons, hospitals, medications, things of that nature. Here in the third house, there is a lot of things going on with the state of Tennessee with their work. It could have to do with water. It could have to do with things of the past. The moon had already come over Sebastian's moon in the fourth house of home. with his mom that had already taken place. Jupiter is at a 2433 and it's coming down in degree. Jupiter in Cancer is about the expansion of home, mom, cemetery. And it's things that we're learning. Things that we're learning. On the 29th, all day, on the 29th, there was information coming in, and I would say that that could have been when Silver's on the Scene was creating that video. I don't know. Could have had something to do with Mob Crew because this is, it's always going to show the chatter. The transits will always show the chatter. It's going to show the chatter too, right? It does. So I am interested in yesterday because also while this is taking place with Sebastian, because Chris Proudfoot was also holding the collective transit with the law enforcement. If there was anything that took place yesterday with him and the law, it could have been yesterday. There's things that were taking place with him and the law enforcement with the TBI yesterday. I don't know what it is. I'm not talking to Chris. But if I could talk to Chris and he could tell us what was going on, was there contracts? What was happening yesterday? What was happening all day yesterday? Because that 2554, no matter what time Chris Proudfoot is born, okay, no matter what time he's born, he has wisdom with the law enforcement, but there is an attraction. There is this magnetism with him and the law enforcement all day yesterday. And now it's transferred to the car residence, the residence in back of Chris and Katie's house. So Zeus at a 2554, Chris Proudfoot, his wisdom with Poseidon is at a 2554. That was taking place yesterday. All day. It's a 24-hour transit. We can see if it's pushed on to 2555 yet. It has. It's right here. 2555. It's a 24-hour transit. So now it's pushed off of him. Now let me show you this. Yeah, the 2751, that's just come over me and Sebastian. So there's a lot of disordered aggression with the pond with me and Sebastian. That 2751 on the map. Let me turn on the natal, turn off the missing. That is what was in transit day before yesterday. And then this is the 2751 that I connect with Sebastian. As you can see, it says both degrees match my natal, communications, video. And this is going, like I said, it's going over the cemetery. And this is Gemini. It's about things that are hidden at home because we have Kronos in Cancer. Here's the Kronos in Cancer that is matching me. And then here's the Hades. This is all the problems, all the mental health, all the chatter problems. And we're going to see this conjunction right through here, right before you get to Warsham's here. This is all the communications about his mom at Warsham's. And this goes all the way out to Virginia, where both Katie and Chris have family. Right here. All right. So that's the one that I'm talking about. the 2751, this is where we're having disordered aggression, and it has to do with the pond, has to do with the cemetery, because that's the chatter. That is the chatter that is affecting Sebastian. It's affecting him because this is the transits right now. The 2751 that he and I share is right here. Now it's at 2752. Saturn has now moved off of the state of Tennessee, but Neptune in Pisces is about to station on Sebastian for days. Interesting. So we can see that there is third house of communications, that there is the 2428. It could be that Bobby Simmons is opening up my email. There's South Carolina. That was me. Interesting. Here's my values. This 1517. This is me teaching. I'm teaching someone something. And so, yeah, he could be opening up my email right now. Whether he gets back to me remains to be seen. Chris Carr, his desires, his Cupid is a 2901, not Chris Carr, Jacob, his son Jacob. Jacob Carr, his desires in Scorpio, Cupid in Scorpio is a 2901, no matter what time he's born. He has an opposition with the third house of communications with groups, and that is us. Why? Why? Gotta wonder why. Why is he getting an opposition? Because I'm talking about his Saturn return? I don't know. I don't know why he would have this opposition with groups today, because nobody's really talking about him. So when I differentiate the chatter for, say, like Mob Crew and Silver's on the scene, why would he be shaken up? Why is those desires to hide having an opposition with Uranus here in the third house? Let's look at that. Let's look at the aspects. So, oh, it's opposing Mercury. There's an opposition with Mercury, opposition with Venus, sextile Neptune, and it's trying Pluto. It's about fighting against injustice. It's about relationships, communications. Let's look at the TBI. That 2046 that I was telling you that Mercury was stationing at yesterday, that 2046 that Sebastian has in his chart. Sebastian has the 2046 with Eris, the goddess of war and strife with kids and school, education. It's in Aries, but the TBI, their Pluto is opposing. The Pluto is opposing. So I'm still trying to figure that out. Why is that? Mercury was stationing at a 2046. Mercury was stationed at a 2047. So the health factor, things of the past, and the action that they took is opposing the pond. That's why I took it upon myself to make sure that this opposition that they have is being put into action. Because the things of the past here with the health and the pond or the trash, or possibly a contract with one of the law enforcement agents in the TBI that would know Kathy, that could be why too, is their leadership is opposing Sebastian, because we could have some corruption here. So I'm trying to figure that out. Sebastian also has a 2642. That's his position that brings enlightenment to the law enforcement, to groups. And that 2642 that Sebastian and the TBI connect with would have to do with medications, hospitals. Yesterday, actually, that 2902 is where Uranus was being shaken up. And it is about Sebastian. It's about kids. It's about the disordered aggression with the TBI. And so the question, has it been drained? Has it been searched? Is a legitimate question because the TBI needs to answer for the way that they create, how their work is handled, what they are doing to find Sebastian. They don't owe me a damn thing, but they definitely owe Seth communications. And it's about high time that they do a little switcheroo, because at this point, I'm not trusting at all anything that they have done or that they're going to do, because if they didn't search, they didn't drain that pond, that's a major problem with the TBI. And that's the reason why the TBI in the state of Tennessee are in an opposition all the time, because of the TBI and their communications with the state, with the local, with the federal, all of them. They just need to do better to find these kids. It shouldn't take years and years and years to put an investigation together to actually find out where these kids have gone. And the fact of the matter is, their desires were in transit when Sebastian went missing. Information coming in and coming out, that was in transit the day that he went missing, the day before, even the day before. It was already going down with the TBI. So it's just things like that really makes me wonder. The lunar nodes of fate for Jacob Carr is in 1815. And that's where the magnetism with kids are for the TBI. I'm sure other people have the 1815 that connects to the TBI. I'm sure other people do. But I'm watching and I'm keeping note, because I'm looking to find Sebastian Rogers, and I'm not going to just stick with one angle. I need to look at all of them. I need to look at everybody, including this friend that could be in with our judicial system, as well as Homeland Security, as well as Homeland Security. So yesterday, it began with the shakeup. Yesterday morning began with this opposition and the TBI, we the people. Yesterday morning it began. But then it comes down to a 2903, 2902, and then it hits the 2901. So what was happening is this. Oh, shoot, hold on. Just what was happening. Let's look at this. Let's look at Mercury, because that's the media, that's the thinking, that's the communications, that's the neighborhood, that's the neighbor, the neighbors. It's all about the neighborhood. So it begins at a station. Look at that. So it's a 2048 Friday by 11:30 a.m. By 11:30 a.m., Mercury begins to station. And that red S means that it's a hard station. It's intense conversations that are being had. It's in the 9th house. It's about long travels, higher learning. We can see that Saturn was also at a 2509 on Friday, and it was at a station. This is that Hygeia with the TBI, that 2047 that the TBI has in their chart. So it begins to station on the TBI with things that they are learning or things that they are teaching. But there is definitely communications here. The next hour, it's a 2047. Now it's on Sebastian and the TBI, the 2046. By 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday, Mercury is stationing. Hard station, intense conversations about Sebastian. And the investigation, because Scorpio is about the investigation. We got to go deep in order to understand and to find Sebastian with Scorpio. So we keep on going. It's 2046, 2046. Now it's a 2045. Now Mercury is stationing at the 2045. It's only 1 minute off. It's a 20 degree and 45 minute. It's only 1 degree off. 1 minute. The next hour, 2045, 2045. So it's just now it goes down to 2044, 2043, and it's still at a red station. 2042 goes down to 2042, stationing on that degree. Uranus is at a 2906. It hasn't gotten to Sebastian yet. (2042), it's still just stationing there at the 2042. Now it's coming back up, 2043. And this makes a world of difference, guys. Okay. You're like, what is the difference does it make? No, it makes a lot of difference. If you tell me that you are born at 1230 and you're really born at 1235 or 1232, that makes a big difference for somebody like me. Okay. Big difference. Timing is everything. And when a kid goes missing, time is of the essence. Anytime anything is happening in the astrology world, time matters. It's big, 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 big. I can see that the sun is shining, and it doesn't even matter because this is in the middle of the night. But anyway, now it's on Sebastian. Now, Sunday morning, early Sunday morning, 12:30, there's a big old shakeup with where Sebastian traveled to. And we're going far here. Going far with where Sebastian traveled to. shaking things up. And the 2904 is where I want to say where Seth also has his moon degree, shaking things up, things from the past. The moon hasn't gotten to Sebastian's moon degree just yet. I can definitely see the sun is shining on Eric Craddock. Vulcan is on Sebastian's outer wheel. Mars is coming to that 1846 with his Uranus in Pisces that shakes him up. Let's see, hours. Mercury is now coming up in degree 2044, right here. It's now coming up in degree. Venus is about to be on Sebastian as well, but let's keep going. Because here is where the moon, we were watching the moon come into the same degree as Sebastian's moon. That also connects to Canada, right there. So here's the sixth house of everyday health. Saturn is now moving forward. It's not at a station anymore, but Eric Craddock, Chris Proudfoot, and Katie are now carrying the fate. They're now carrying the fate. All the while, Uranus is shaking things up in the eighth house where Pluto rules. (2044). Now we're coming at that black S, which is, it's starting to ease up a little bit. It's not as intense. This is, we're waking up Sunday morning, and this is Faith. It's her Neptune in the 12th house. So I can see that Faith is showing up during this event. I mean, during this time period with Mercury stationing, the moon coming over Sebastian's home, his home life, his mom, and the things that took place that caused him to go missing. So the next hour, okay, so Sunday morning, Mercury is coming back. It was a red S, a hard station. Now Mercury is not at a hard station anymore, but it's still at a station. It's still intense, okay? It's still intense. There's a lot of intensity. Lots of intensity. And there is still this shakeup with Sebastian where he traveled to because he went far. Taurus is fixed. That 29 Taurus degree is going to go over the construction area, but not over that pond. It's going to go toward Ward Lane for sure. So Mercury is stationing at that 2046 again. So that's about the TBI and Sebastian. TBI and Sebastian. 2046 again, 2046. So it's just going to remain on Sebastian until it gets to be 10:30, 10:45. Then it goes back to the TBI. So it's back and forth from Sebastian and the TBI. This is when it goes dark for the TBI with the things that are on the internet or something that they could have found pertaining to a child. This is Sunday evening at 6:50, 6:45. There's a lot of disordered aggression here. Lots of disordered aggression. And this 1919 could definitely be related to the back residence. But I am seeing that there is a relationship that is coming to Chris Proudfoot. There's a lot of weight. There's a lot of weight, a lot of anger about the cemetery, about the new home construction, about a home with Chris Proudfoot. This is all about Chris because Chris, no matter what time he's born, has that 1523 in his chart. And it's with Eris, the goddess of war. So we're weighted down here with Hades at a 15 degree. And not only is Chris weighted, but he's warring. There's a lot of warring inside with him. And that was last night. That was last night. Lots of disordered aggression with the TBI. Yeah. And these 2555, 2556, that's going to be the car residents. It's the car residents is what I am seeing. There's like this warring. I don't know if there's a warring between them, a warring with the information. I don't know. Because I'm not talking to them. They could always let me know, though. Could always let me know. When Sebastian went missing, Palace was at a 501 in Sag. And of course, me not knowing what time people are born, I can't find who owns that degree. The 1356, there's the 1357 right here. This is where there is a huge weight over Kathy with things of the past. I can see that the moon is reflecting the Secret Service. That's her connection. And again, TBI. TBI. So let's go the next hour and let's look at now what? Now we wake up this morning and I email what's his face? Simmons. Because this 2750 is the Neptune in Scorpio. This is in Scorpio. Their state of Tennessee's Neptune in the 12th house, things of the past, with their investigations or prior convicts or what have you. That 2750, the dark moon is sitting on the state of Tennessee's Neptune in Scorpio. So the dark moon at a 2750 in Scorpio is the Neptune 2750 degree in Scorpio in the state of Tennessee's 12th house. So it's about the past. It's about the pond. Okay. So when I saw that, I thought, now's my opportunity. And not only that, that is exactly when Jacob Carr has this opposition in the 5th house of kids and creativity, the competition. Sebastian's Neptune in Aquarius is a 2148. And the moon was coming over that same degree, 2148. 2148. Right there. Right there. Exactly. What we don't see at home with video, does Jacob Carr have anything to do with it? I don't know. but I'm looking at all the angles trying to know because I'm very nosy like that. I want to know, where is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers? Somebody knows something. Somebody knows. And that somebody needs to come clean. Now, with that being said, the state of Tennessee this afternoon at 1:50 p.m. begins to receive leads at home. And it's a 2428. This is where information comes in about a home, about homes, about real estate. This is where Chris Proudfoot is still warring. He was warring yesterday and he's still warring today. Lots of warring going on with Chris. And the warring that is going on is about the home, a home, or could be that cemetery, and talking about the property, the real estate over there. I don't know. But I do know that I'm going to be learning something. I'm going to be learning something. It could be my daughter, it could be my son. Maybe they'll pop up and surprise me. You know, you never know how it's going to work itself out. But Chris Carr, his son, Jacob, is still in transit, still being shaken up. And there's an opposition with we the people, us, me. Because I'm definitely making sure that these energies are going. If I don't see them being expressed in the outer world, I'm going to help express it, if that makes sense. This afternoon, Layla, Summer Wells, because they both have the 2428 in their chart that connects to the state of Tennessee and how the state of Tennessee receives leads. Receives leads. I'm wondering, this 1517 also goes to one of my first cases that I worked on. So I may be looking at her chart today too and see what I can find. I can already tell that Jennifer Faye's case and this degree right here, I already know who the perpetrator is. I mean, he shows up every time. And Jennifer Faye went missing out of Brockton, Massachusetts. So definitely seeing her case in the transits, as well as Summer and Layla Santinello. But there is a huge expansion with the state of Tennessee and home. And that's going to express itself in more ways than one, guys. When that comes into fruition, that's going to express itself in more ways than one. And we can only begin to imagine all the different ways that it's going to express itself when it comes to the state of Tennessee and all the information that is coming in. And it's expanding at home. So who knows how this afternoon is going to work itself out. But it does look pretty it looks significant. The 333, now that's California. So we'll see some things going down about California, but then this 333 is going to hit me and Jacob Carr. And the lunar nodes are coming down to all of those problems that he has with communications, that he has with ring cameras, that he has with anything that he has problems with. As soon as those lunar nodes get onto the 1341, it's on him. It's on him. It's on Texana. Yeah. Yep. There's things going down. There's so much to see here. So much to see. All right. And the moon is going to end up coming to oppose Chris Proudfoot. That wisdom that he has, the moon is going to say, nope, you ain't got the wisdom, buddy. And that's interesting because his nephew is about to be in transit as well. Right there. Interesting. So the moon, let's see when the moon is 25. Oh, it's going to be today. 2554. That wisdom that he has, that he thought he had, he don't have it. Because the moon is opposing him. But this energy with Jupiter today that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I definitely want to be watching that this afternoon after, between 1 and 2. Okay, so here's where we're going to see a reflection with the FBI and Terry Bowersox. Terry Bowersox and the FBI. And then also with Katie, she has that FBI degree. Then the moon is going to come and oppose Chris, and it's coming to oppose him from things of the past that he has no wisdom about. Right there. Hold on. Right there. Interesting. Well, Chris, you're more than welcome to let me know what time you were born and to work this out with me to try to find Sebastian. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Gain that wisdom back, buddy. And then here we go. The flame of life, that 8:30 is going to be coming back into transit, and we're going to see something else that is going to come out about Sebastian this afternoon. And it's it's about his work. It's about his truck. It's about his work and his truck. That's what it is. It's about the work and the truck and the ping and all of that. I can see that plain as day. Okay. But I also see Terry Bowersox. So hard to say. Hard to say. Mr. Terry Bowersox, I know that he has a lot of family. These people have houses all over. And their family members, once they move out, their family member moves in. I don't know that if they're selling these houses or if they're renting them out, but they definitely have all kinds of properties. All kinds of properties. And I've got them on the map. Even their extended family, like I said, could be working for the, Homeland Security, working for, law enforcement, what have you. Some kind of covert shit. I don't know. I don't know. But I do know that Tennessee is going to be expanding. Expanding. And let's just go ahead and look at the Tennessee news. Oh, Democrats. Okay, so I know that there was a woman charged with attempted what to expect in Tennessee special congressional election. So it's about the election. It's about the election. But what else? What else? Johnson and Trump try to avoid an upset House loss in Tennessee. A look at unusual contentious election. So it's a lot about the election. Lot about the election. Okay. The Titans. Yep, it's definitely not that. Definitely not that. So I'm just seeing a lot of, winter weather. That's not it. Economic Development Director charged with theft. Well, that could definitely be that. And that Saturn stationing on the state of Tennessee is about theft, misconduct, not being responsible, not being accountable. I could definitely see that. That was 8 hours ago, so yeah. But it's been, it's been going back and forth with Saturn for days with that station, so that's definitely but let's look at Tennessee and US Marshals because they also have that same degree. But today, the US Marshals, Tennessee, what I was seeing for what's his face, Larry Fink with BlackRock, all of that should be starting to ease off. Ease off. Okay, this is a month ago, 3 weeks ago. Nope, 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 nope. Or it could be, let's look at Memphis, Tennessee, because that's where I'm thinking. No, Memphis, Tennessee, and Marshalls. Here we go. Here we go. 2 hours ago, US Marshals still seeking man wanted for girlfriends 20 years ago. Okay. So that is their Saturn. Their Saturn, they can't find him. Okay. Makes sense. But it's moved off of them. Moved off of them, moving off. And this is what we're going to see now. This is what we'll see now. '24. Let's see. Days. It's going to start December 4th. So this is the full moon. This is the last full moon of the year. Let's go ahead and look at the DA. The DA, the district attorney, let's see what's going on with him. It's going to come in a little later than we would want. Yeah, much later. Much later. What I found interesting, and I've actually talked about the astrology of Sebastian going all the way through next year. But this is what is interesting to me. I definitely see that there is going to be things going on with Layla's case on December 4th with this full moon in Gemini. I see things going on in Virginia and North Carolina and Summer Wells. I see things going on at the home or on the home front with Kathy Bowersox in Cancer. Definitely Tennessee and, gosh, Mexico. Their relationship is going to be given a lot of emphasis. Yeah, I can definitely see things going on with Layla's case, the FBI, with Sebastian. There's a justice here, possibly with the authority, the U.S. Marshals. Not the U.S. Marshals, TBI. But this 29-22 begins. This is when it all begins for Sebastian, and the things that are hidden with medications, hospitals, things of that nature, weather, even the weather. There's a lot of energy that is coming to Chris Proudfoot and Mr. The Car Residence. But then there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of problems all day for 24 hours on this full moon in Gemini with General Proudfoot Jr. His Saturn is a 2445 and his Saturn stations. So it's very intense when it comes to the law enforcement, the authority in his life. And he is going to be having all kinds of problems. And let me just show you on the map where he would be located, because it's in Virginia, where these lines are going out to. Let's go out to Virginia. Turn on my addresses. I'm not going to show his address, but I do want it to be known. Let's go a little further in. I want y'all to see something. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? I want to show you something. Let me take a restroom break real quick, and then I'm going to come right back. But I want y'all to see something that's very interesting. All right, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready? Here we go. Remember what you saw at the pond? Do y'all remember what you saw at the pond? The lines that we saw at the pond going over the pond. Remember, I Meet the FBI. State of Tennessee has been here before. Katie has her series. This is where we have information that is coming in with Sebastian. And remember, Silver's on the scene, right? Remember that one? These are the same lines that are going over the pond, guys. These are the same lines that are going over the pond that is going over the cemetery. These are the same lines. And this is where, right here, we have Proudfoots. Proudfoots live here in Virginia. This is Virginia. There's Katie. 2 or more with communications and timing is seen here. Now, wouldn't you think that this would be a better place for Seth to shine, to show up and show out? Wouldn't be over the pond, would it? Would he shine going over the pond, finding his son? No. No. Absolutely not. Would he shine going out here? Yes. Yes. And definitely yes. So the same lines that are going over that pond were closer together, right? But the further that you get out and you cross the state line, and the further that you get out, the wider apart these lines become. Leads come in on this line with Sebastian. And that's where the reigniting of the flame is coming. It's right here. And I'm going to be talking about it. Every time I see it, I talk about it. And like I said, this is where Seth shows up and shows out. 2 or more. Michael Silver's on the scene. Let's go ahead and bring in that missing. Let's go ahead and bring in that missing. Let's go a little closer down. Flame of life is shown here to law enforcement. Line goes all the way to Virginia. So the Vesta and the Eris, right? Let me show you again. Sebastian and the TBI. Let me just show you this again. Okay. Because there's an opposition with the TBI and with Sebastian for some reason. And we'll end up, when it's all said and done, we'll know. We'll know why he has this opposition. But this 2046 is Eris. This 2950 is the flame of life with Sebastian here in the fifth house. So what I'm showing here on the map is that the Vesta, hold on. Those are the leads. Hold on. Where's that other one? Or maybe I was thinking about the Vesta. Okay. Okay, no, I was thinking about Vesta. The Vesta was actually going to, the Vesta actually goes to, the degree that Vesta was at when Sebastian went missing actually goes to North Carolina. But it doesn't mean that he wouldn't be, going somewhere else, because North Carolina is where Katie has the pain that she shares with family at a home. That's where Katie, it goes all the way to North Carolina. So here's the missing. The flame of life is shown here to law enforcement. Line goes all the way to Virginia. Here's the TBI. Oh, right next to where Seth shines, right there. The TBI and I meet here with their values of video with 2 or more. Line goes to Virginia. And this is where I'll meet the TBI. The only way that I can think that Seth is going to show up and show out over the cemetery and over the pond with his Venus is if he were to find something. If he were to find some type of evidence or clue. That's the only way I can think. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. His pain, though, the pain that he shares with groups is going to go northeast. It's not going to go due east. It's going to go northeast. Family and parents. The TBI is here. And the conjunction with the state of Tennessee has widened out. And it goes here. That conjunction. You can see it highlighting. And like I said, the further out that you go, these lines become more, I don't know, they just become more, but you can see that there's a lot of family. There's a lot of family in Virginia with both Katie and Chris, the TBI, and these also go over, like I said, they go over Kathy Bowersock's home too. That's where he found the glasses. So it makes more sense that it would be something that he would find because Venus is there, and Venus is about things that you value, things of ownership, evidence. Venus is the evidence. If the TBI, if we go closer to Sebastian's home, let's say that Seth is looking in this area. Hold on. This is where there could be evidence that would be found. And it's going to go this direction. Let me turn everybody off again. going to be from here, from the home. And that is if he left home, if he even made it home. This is where the evidence would be found. Where is their Venus? Right here. Because this is where their values would be compromised with the TBI. And then I bring in Seth and see Seth's Chiron is right next to the TBI's Chiron. They have Venus here. This is where they would find evidence that weighs them down. And it goes over this home, comes into the new construction, goes this area, and then it goes right here over Ward Lane. Now, I walked this. I walked this whole area with other people. This area was searched with a dog. This area was with a dog. The dog didn't hit on anything, but the dog did circle around this pond. This pond was not drained either. And I know that because you can easily tell with all the stuff, that's still on it, all the residue. I mean, it didn't look like that there was any new water put in there right after he goes missing. None of that. And this is where the TBI shares pain. And so it would, this was a hot spot. I don't think I have it as a hot spot anymore. No. But this was a hot spot. Because it would be this area. And the only way to get to Ward Lane without driving the main road would be right here. You come out of this school. So let me show you. Hold on. The only way to get there would be to I want you to see something. So you come up here, you come up to go to like the school. You can drive around the school. You would go, actually, you would go, let me get my little man off of here. Put some of these lines off. And let me take some of these searchers off. Okay. The way that you would get to Ward Lane is to go through the school. So you could go through the school here, 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 and either way, you can make your way around and you can go to the elementary here and go out. You don't have to go on the main road. So here is the school here. And you can see that there's Warsham's, the storage units. That is right here. From this elementary school and the high school, they connect. You can go out that road. Or you can go out right here. There's the school, right? Not beach, but this is the elementary school that's connected. And then you can come out and you can go this way. And so Ward Lane, if I just, maintained myself with the little man and come right here, this is where we went. We traveled down Ward Lane with the dog. You can see that it's a creek, very dense. It's not dense at all. It's very thin woods. Even though it might look dense right there, it's not. You can see right through them, can't you? You can see right through them. And that's what it looked like in February. That's what it looks like now. Okay, so now I'm on the line right here, and I'm looking to the woods. There's a creek. We did not search. Yeah, we did. No, we didn't search right there. We didn't search until after this right here, because on Silver's on the Scene, you can see that gate. There's the cemetery. This is on the other side on Ward Lane. You can see that there's a gate. It's locked. It says no dumping, no private property, all of that. Well, now all of this is paved. It's a blacktop. But you can see that this is a creek. Creek. And that's why they have this little bridge or whatever over the creek area. So we didn't park there. We didn't search here. We went further down a little bit. And it's right here where we parked. And we crossed over the creek. We searched these woods. You can see that it's not that thin, it's not that dense. It's thin. You can see the house. You can see that that's nothing compared to what it actually looks like with Silver's on the Scene and that video. You can see that it's very thin in the wintertime. So we walked all of that. This man said that the law enforcement searched his property several times. He didn't want us on it. So we, looked around here. There's nothing. We go around the curve, and this is where we stop. And the dog gets out. So I want to show you that on the map, because now we're up here. Now we're up here. This man said, hey, a bunch of people have searched my property. I don't want nobody else. Okay, fine. There's some woods here. And this is where we stop. And the dog is over here. Now, when we drove back by, all these gates were locked. All these gates were secured. When we first went with the dog, they weren't secured. But now they are. Jeff walked all the way back there, walked all around it, walked the creek back there, walked in those woods. The car is sit here, and the dog is all over the place. Looking, sniffing. Let's go back up. And then here's where we're going to get to the missing line right here. Right here. Well, we got to go back a little bit. Right here is the line. And you can see that there's a pond. And if you can't see the pond, now you can. This is not where somebody lives. It's like a shack, a torn down, a raggedy shack, or I don't even know. I don't even remember what it was. Maybe a shed, old shed, but there's a pond. The dog did walk all around the pond, walked around the pond, laid down. And then the handler took the dog up through here, and came out over here. Here is a curve. And it's from this curve going back. That I had hot spots on. And of course, you can see that there's no hot spots on there anymore, because we didn't find Sebastian. We didn't find what we were looking for. Thank God. Thank God. Well, I mean, people that have worked at cemeteries before his eyes, they say that that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That have worked at funeral homes. I mean, I don't know. But I am looking for Sebastian in more ways than one. Every single day, trying to figure it out where he could be. But it's this direction right through here on this man's property that we weren't allowed to search where the TBI and Seth is showing pain. They're sharing pain through here. Now, could it just be here or could it be in this? Because I had a hot spot back here too. Let me show you why. Because on this curve, coming back, and if I look toward those lines right there, and I look toward those lines into the woods, I can't see. Can see some, like a little clearing right there. But then that little clearing leads to a more dense, or what it would appear, denser woods. So I did have a hot spot here, and this is why. Because Seth has pain here. Tennessee is there, and the TBI is also sharing their pain here. Right here. Lots of problems. And so all of this right through here is where I would have, liked to have had boots on the ground with a dog. But I'm sure, I'm sure that the law enforcement checked there. The other person that didn't want us to search his property and was really pissy about it, and then the dog handler got pissy about it too, is the meat. There's a guy that does meat. Let's see, it's not coming up. It's not New Shackle Island. That's not it. I think it's called. This one right here. So he wouldn't let us search either. He was really pissy. And then when the dog handler found out that we were trying to get on his property, he got pissy too, because he's like, I've already searched over here. If y'all would have told me. Well, you did. You told us that it didn't matter. You was just coming. It didn't matter. I mean, he got paid a good amount of money. I can promise you that. And it wasn't me that paid him, and it wasn't Seth. But this is where that old man lives. That's got the meat, where he, what do you call it? Butchers. It was rumored that Terry Bowersox had connections with him, so we wanted to check it out. But you can see that the TBI meets their midheaven here about a higher learning, about things that they learn. They meet their midheaven here. That 5 degree in Aquarius, it's right here. So the missing event is also here. This is where the Venus and the Mars and Aquarius are going. But of course, we have to remember the Venus and the Mars and Aquarius, we could even stop it right there at the Laird property that's across the street from Sebastian's home. There's a lot of warring when it comes to his Ring camera video about Sebastian taking the trash to the street. Seth said, I'm not sure that that's Sebastian. The Mars and the Venus is showing that warring that we, the people, have. Because we are not sure. If Seth isn't sure that that is his son, then I'm not sure. If Seth isn't sure, I'm not sure either. The state of Tennessee has a lot of warring here when it comes to we the people, and we do. We do. We've got warring with this guy. Seth's outer wheel in the 8th house of Aquarius is right here. The missing Pluto is coming this way. But again, all of this could stop right there at the Laird property and not go any further because Sebastian may not have made it home. I know that a lot of people have it in their mind that Sebastian is deceased. We are looking for remains. We are looking for this. We are looking for this evidence. We are looking for that evidence, but you don't even know if he even made it home. You don't know if he is alive or deceased. You don't know. And I don't think the law enforcement does either, or they would have already solved this case. Makes more sense that he did not even make it home and that is not Sebastian taking out the trash. It would make more sense per the map that we just forget this one altogether and we put everything on the other map and we look for him alive from the Texas Roadhouse. Logic, statistics would say that, yeah, he wandered off. He's autistic, even though, he's knows how to swim. He went to water and we're looking for him in water. Within the first 24 hours, that's what they thought. They thought that he wandered off. He ran away. And all that time was lost thinking one way and not looking at it from all angles. So I think we do need to look at Sebastian, his case from all angles. And it makes more sense that all the problems with that Mars and Venus and Aquarius is going right over Michael Laird's home. Both maps are going to work. You see, both of them are going to work. They're going to tell a story. They're going to tell a different story from a different angle, but they're going to tell the story because Sebastian, I know what time he left the Roadhouse. I know exactly what time he left the Roadhouse. I don't know what time he made it. What time he would have, quote unquote, left home or was taken or whatever. No, me and you have not seen any video where Sebastian gets into another car behind the Texas Roadhouse. Please send it to me if you got it. Never even heard of that. Never even heard that there was a car behind the Texas Roadhouse. When he leaves the Texas Roadhouse, God's will is being done at the school. At the school. Not over here. At the school. When he leaves the Texas Roadhouse. The school is highlighted with the missing event when he leaves the Roadhouse. I don't have leaves the Roadhouse. This is a missing event when he leaves the Roadhouse because I'm not sure that he made it home. So this conjunction is going over the school, and it's could be about a hospital and his health being taken to a hospital. That palace that's shaking things up with another country or a foreign entity or what have you is squaring the sun in Pisces. And then we have Warsham's. The Saturn is here. Saturn is about the store. The store. Let's look at Virginia one more time. And we have the missing Vesta in Gemini. Two people, communications and the flame of life. And I don't have that many that are coming in, but here's the conjunction. A little closer in. There's Chris. There's the TBI. And I meet them here. Just saying. Just saying. That address just makes me wonder. Let me see what we got here. Hold on. Behind Texas Roadhouse. Where would this be? Part 1. And okay. Hold on. Let me look at this video real quick and see. Let's see. Carrie reviews. But see, Sebastian, they pulled out. You can literally see them pulling out. And where would this be? I can't make it out. Where would that be? Carrie's reviews. Let me look. Let me see if I can find it on my channel real quick. Hold on. Let me go back to history. No. It says keep a close eye. Y'all aren't going to be able to hear this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Shoot, hold on. Hold up. Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay, good. Here I am. Hold up. StreamYard, share. This is part 2. I'll have to look on her channel for part 1. So I've got to try to figure out where is this exactly, because we know that Sebastian got in the car and he drove off. There's tons of cameras there. Carrie reviews. Okay, this was 9 months ago. Have you sent this? Yes, I sent it over to Dog the Bounty Hunter. Okay, that means it didn't get sent then. Sebastian Rogers is missing. This could have been what Katie Profit exchanged. Look at my other videos. Everything is starting to make sense. Was Katie purposely trying to get this on video? Okay. Let's see what we can tell here.
Right there. There he is.
Hold on.
There he is.
She's saying there he is. Right there. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Oh, shoot, hold on. Yeah, I know you sent part 1, but it's not showing up in my history, so I'll have to look at it again. But she is saying, let's see. Let me see if I can do part 1 first. Hold on. She doesn't have part. Let's see. Shorts. This is none. Okay, here's part 1. Okay. Suspicious lady. Okay, let's look at this. Hold on. Suspicious lady in black jacket may be looking around for cameras after the white truck parked. Where did she come from? Okay. Hold on. Let's see. So the white truck is back here. Okay. Trying to get an idea. It ain't doing something. It ain't doing something. Hold on. Let's try it again.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have. He turned 16.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have. He turned 16.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th. He would have. He turned 16.
Sebastian also missed his birthday.
December 7th.
Well, okay, that was a.
Keep a close eye. Keep a close eye. Right there. There he is. And now I believe he got into a car, and that car just drives off. Right here, watch. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show you why I think it's Sebastian. So here I zoomed in, and there goes the first car, the first white car. Now here comes the second white car. Okay, now here comes Sebastian in a few seconds. Do you remember Sebastian? He wasn't wearing a jacket or a hoodie, or he was just wearing his Yoda t-shirt. Keep a close eye.
Okay, I didn't see him.
Do you remember Sebastian? He wasn't wearing a jacket or a hoodie, or he was just wearing his Yoda t-shirt. And look,
There is somebody. But it could have been anybody.
and look, there he is. Watch his arm right there.
There it is. Now we got another shadowy figure. Now we got the other shadowy figure. But there is somebody there and they're walking this way.
There he is. Watch his arm right there. Were you able to see that his sleeves weren't covered? He didn't have sleeves, or his arms weren't covered. Here comes the car that just drives off now.
So it looks to me like that would be, if we look at the Texas Roadhouse on the map. That's going right here. Let me show it to you. Let me go ahead and drop this link so I can credit her. Hold on. Let me drop the link to her channel to credit her. There you go. Credit goes to Gary Reviews in her shorts. You can find those videos. I can't either. I can't see anything at all. And that would be pretty ballsy to let him out of the car after you drive off and him walk from the opposite direction. Okay, it doesn't really make any sense to me how that could even be possible. And let me show you why. Let me show you the map. This is why. If we look at the roadhouse, okay, so they pull out. They are parked right here. They back up and then they go this way. Okay, they go this way. So they back up and she goes this way and lets him out of the car, say around here somewhere. I mean, he would have to walk around, back around. He's walking this way because that truck is here. So he's walking this way. It doesn't really make any sense to me how she can back up, drive this way, and then you have a figure walking this way. But I'm not saying it's not possible. Not saying it's not possible. Anything is possible, right? Jeez. This is the 12th house. So it's about the things of the past, and it could be about that video where he's walking. There's his Chiron. There's Chris. There's the Chiron. Chris again. DA gets shaken up with video here. So it's not, I don't guess it'd be out of the question that, something we learned, something that the law enforcement learns through here. Whether it be somebody walking this way, somebody walking that way, or I guess somebody walking this way, right? There's the flame of life that would be walking this way. There's the justice right here. It would have to do with a family member that would have picked him up, if that's the case. Leads are coming in here for the state of Tennessee. I meet the TBI here. And then, of course, we have the natal. Sebastian disbanded with relationships going this way. Letting go with that. Let's see. Could be a betrayal here. Let's see. Huh. Receiving information. And this is where Sebastian and I, this is where the dark moon was in transit over Sebastian and the pond talk. So that, I guess that would make sense with the transits right now too. Let's look at Katie. Kronos and Gemini conjunct Ceres. And then this is where she has Saturn and Capricorn opposing Jupiter and Cancer. And it's about the business and the home. The business and the home. The business and her home. And the DA has the justice goes through here. So what'd she do? Drop him off? Then he walk around the building this way? I don't know, Jeff, if you remember. I know we drove through here. I don't know if you remember, Jeff, but do you remember if we ever saw any cameras on this building? I don't remember us seeing any cameras. Let me go back. Let me look. Because it would start right here, it looks like. And he would have had to have walked all the way around the building, maybe. I don't. Be right here. Oh, shoot. We go the other way. Of course, can't see that. I don't see any cameras. 0. Let's go that way. Shoot, I'm on the other side. Let's go in the back. When we drove around it, I don't remember seeing any cameras. And I'm looking again on here. The back. There's no cameras. And you know they would have scoped this shit out. No cameras. So the only cameras are right here. That building doesn't appear to have any cameras to me. So there's no cameras with this strip mall. Let's look down here and see. Okay. No camera. No cameras that way. Around this Starbucks, I don't see any cameras. Let's look this way. Go back. Nope. Nope. No. No cameras. However, if something like that went down right here, this is where she would get caught, right here. With these cameras, God, I feel like I've done this before. I think I have. Probably not going to see anything from Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't see any cameras. The only cameras are right here, and we don't know if they were working or not. There's cameras here or license plate readers, but I don't know if they were working or not. And that's at the light. Okay, so all of her problems with things that she learns about the longer travel. So it could be this one could have gotten her. This intersection could have gotten her. If she's trying to hide some shit about the restaurant from the law enforcement, there's going to be a breakup right here. And it's this intersection right here. And you know what? Look at that missing event. State of Tennessee coming on her. Things of the past. Doesn't do good with communications with 2 or more people here or the video, the cameras. That would be a trip, man. That would be a total trip. Let's look at Seth right here. And there's his Chiron. There it is. Not that he would be found here. I'm saying that it's the intersection right here with the cameras. Because This is a Taurus energy, but then it's going down into the Gemini, you see. And Katie and the state of Tennessee is right here. With the 1421, she has a 1425. That admitos that she has right there that is showing up is a 1425. The state of Tennessee is a 1421. Let me show you that. Let me show you that. When he went missing, let me show you that. Let me show you what I'm talking about, because you want to listen in with this one. Entire screen, share, watch this. Okay, watch this. So Sebastian goes missing from the Texas Roadhouse. Watch this. So they arrive, yellow coat arrives. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they're leaving the roadhouse here. 6:23:40. Well, they're about to. They're about to. What I want to show you though is this right here. The 1429. So Katie and the state of Tennessee that is showing up right there, it would begin at a 1421, then it goes to a 1425, okay? And then whoever picks him up, that would probably go to them, but watch. We've already talked about this, but I still want to show you this again. So the 1421 is going to start with the state of Tennessee. And any type of homework that she was doing, okay, any type of homework that she was doing, it's probably about the Tennessee cameras. Could definitely be about the Tennessee cameras, because this is the state of Tennessee on their 6th house outer wheel. Hold on. It begins here. So she's learning something. This is Saturday night on the 24th. So this is Tennessee. Or there's something that's happening with, it could be happening with the cameras at that time. Okay, so here's the 1425. This is that admitos that you're going to see that there's a breakup with. And it's something that she learns, okay? It's something that she's going to learn, and she's learning it in the early morning hours of Sunday. So this 1424 is starting to learn something. This 1927 is about to hit the state of Tennessee with the cameras, or we the people. So the 1425 is right here. And there's a breakup with values. That 1425 that goes to that intersection is right there. The state of Tennessee has a 1055 Pluto that's going to transform, and it's coming in the future. It's coming in the future. So there's Tennessee that's going to come in the future, and it's with groups, it's with authority, responsibility, the cameras. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. And Chris, let me just say, Chris has just been in transit for 24 hours, and he's having to come apart. So there it is, the 1424. Now let's go to the 1425. And there it is with the second house of values. Right here, there's a breakup with something that she is learning. The morning of the 25th. Now we're on the 25th. We're about to have a big old day with Sebastian. We're waking up. And we've already talked about this. Remember the car? The Terry Bauer socks? The car with Terry Bauer socks. And I'm telling you, the car with Terry Bowersox and the mother, she's coming into transit too. This is things that we're learning, and there's going to be a future pain that Sebastian shares with the communications, the ring cameras, the cameras. Okay. And is coming. That's very possible. The 1425 is still in transit, 8 o'clock. It's in Taurus. Hmm. And that's what bothers me, is that there's a lot of energy here with the TBI. That's what bothers me, is I keep seeing them show up before he goes missing. All right, so, and then here comes the flame of life with Seth, and them communicating about Seth taking Sebastian. They didn't want that to happen, right? So that 14 degree is now in things of the past. Now it's hidden, can't see it, but we can see it on the map. And that makes sense. That would definitely make sense, that that degree that she had that day, that morning, is actually about that intersection. About the intersection. Could I be wrong? Of course I can. Of course I can. I don't think so. Don't think so. Let me see if I can share my screen again so I can show you. Here we go. Oh, let me go back to the map right here. There it is. There it is, Katie. And it's right over the state of Tennessee. Right here at the intersection. They're hanging out together. So if I turn off Tennessee, there's Katie. Neptune and Capricorn. Neptune and Capricorn. Here's the Capricorn, guys. Here's the Capricorn. These businesses is the Capricorn, and the responsibility and the accountability of these cameras working, whether they were working or not. There is something about the state of Tennessee, and it matches perfectly. And this is where Seth is sharing pain. Sharing pain. This is where the pain is for the TBI, leaving from the Texas Roadhouse. And we can see that shadowy figure come this way. Here's the natal. Sebastian descends with relationships right here. Doesn't he? He does. He descends. His natal Mercury in the first house is fated with Sedna in Taurus. There's a letting go. We're falling with relationships here. There's his mother with all these problems, things that she learns about the intersection. And if, let's say that she learns something about this intersection right here when she pulls off, it could be that this intersection right here is going to show, it's either going to show Sebastian was in the car or wasn't in the car. And it would seem to me, with all these problems with Hades opposing Hygeia in Sagittarius, is that there's a problem either with the lights or with her thinking that they didn't work, and they actually do. So here is the natal Pallas conjunct Hygeia in Gemini in the 7th house of relationships. Sebastian, that natal Hygeia that he has, let me just show you. It's right here. It's right here. There's a wake-up call about world health, about communications, about the cameras, with relationships. and that 12 and that 1050, the 12 and the 1050, let's look and see if it shows up here. The 12 and the 1050, that's going to come into it. Jupiter is going to expand to that 1050. Eventually, 2 days later, that's going to come to the 12. Let's look. When it comes to her 1425, let's go back, because that's what she's learning. There's a breakup there. And so we want to see if there's a 12 or a 1050 that is showing itself or could show itself. And I don't see it. Let's go the next day. Let's go back. With the lowest point, so 523. They call it in at 6:33 a.m. on the 26th. I've looked a lot into Michael Proudfoot. Yeah, I know exactly where. I go with. I'm practically every week. I'm right there by his house. I've looked into Michael Proudfoot. This is when the call was made, and so this 6:33 a.m. call, when Sebastian goes missing, is definitely showing up. This 2443 definitely showing up with Virginia. Most definitely. The Mars is definitely going to come to the 1050 that he has. Things have already been shaken up with the groups. People are looking for Sebastian. About to, anyway. And then the 1050 that's going to come in the future with his health is right there. Tuesday at 1:33 a.m. And that's when the sun is shining on the TBI and the FBI with communications, cameras, action. The 334 that Jacob Carr and I share, is right there. That also goes to Canada. Also goes to Canada. Jupiter has already expanded. The law has already expanded their bolo, if you will. Looking around, probably driving through that neighborhood. No doubt about it. And the divine justice is weighing, totally weighing little Faith down. There's a justice that is going over Chris Carr's home, and it goes all the way out to Virginia. The TBI is a 1311. The Secret Service is a 1311. So I would imagine that their expertise, their investigation is all data. It's the electronics, it's the electrical, the electronics. And it definitely should be. It definitely should be with the cameras because, man, that blows my mind. Blows my mind. Blows my mind. Because that could definitely be right through here where all of her problems begin here with this intersection. Let me see. I don't have the Secret Service on here yet. Damn. I don't have them on here yet, but let's look. Hold on. They have a 13 that matches Kathy Bowersock's. They have a 13, so that would be a 3043. That's going to go on up here. 3043. That's their Pluto. They're going to be right here. Secret Service. Her Hades. So Steve Fisher, this is where he has problems. Steve Fisher shines going south in Virgo, but his sun is squaring the Mars in Gemini. What is the Mars? Car, the body. Gemini, not only the car and the body, but the cameras here at this intersection. So this is where Steve Fisher has major challenges with showing up and showing out with video, is that intersection. And we can even take it further and say that could he have been picked up here? Could he have been picked up here? And see, he doesn't shine well, and it's challenging him, and he runs here to get the camera with Katie. Remember that? To get the footage. He ain't shining all that well. Leaving from the roadhouse at all. So interesting. This is definitely an interesting take, and I've got a lot of work to do with this, building this map. I really do. I think that I've got a lot of work to do. Even on, because the Sag energy, so let me show you something. Let me show you something. So this one right here, let me just take everybody off and let's just look at Katie from here. Because I've got a lot of addresses to put on here. I've got a lot to transfer over. Okay, so it's this one right here. Let me bring up Katie again. That's the Neptune. I'm going to leave that one on here. Going to leave the Jupiter on here. Actually, I'll just leave them all. Because I know all her problems with that intersection that is opposing Hygeia and Sagittarius is going this way, and it's going far. Hygeia and Sag is going to go far. So let's look and see where this goes. It's going to go to the Whites Creek area. It's actually going to go into Goodlettsville. me see if I have any addresses on here yet. I do. There's BJ's. So BJ's is right here. But that's not, no. So we're going through the Brick Church Pike area. We're going into Whites Creek, Bull Run. Let's keep going. Going through Dixon. There's Waverly, and then we're coming down into Yuma. There's Natchez Trace Park. Natchez Trace Park. So this would be the way that Chris would take. See 40 right there? Y'all see 40? We would just ride 40. Okay? We're going to ride 40. Oh, shoot. Hold on. So here's 40 still. Going to ride 40 right through here. Oh, shit. Through here into Memphis. But her line is up here, right? There's Chris's campground. There's the missing palace in Sagittarius. So the 501, 500 that was in Sagittarius at the time with the investigation, this higher learning, this long travel is squaring the sun in Pisces. And so this long travel, if he were to have come this way, it says wake up call with investigations, churches, fires, river, long travels, challenges, hospitals, prisons, endings. In the tarot, this angle can represent the hangman. Surrender, sacrifice, or themes with this angle can represent opportunities to spiritually grow. This is no doubt an investigative angle. Quartz can represent this Sag energy. I think of the Hierophant here in the tarot, it's about a new perspective. It's about quartz, teacher, counselor, who can help in learning and education with Sebastian. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you, babe, for your $4 super sticker. You're just so sweet. You're just always giving. Thank you, babe. State of Tennessee is here. And so they rise here. See, they fall over that intersection. They descend with relationships going that way, but they rise to the occasion going this way. So here's Katie, Chris. Chris is, I don't even know if I've only got 3 of Chris in here right now, but Chris does go this way. He's definitely, his lines are going this way for sure. Sebastian, this is where he rises. He rises in Scorpio here. New Albany, all of this in Mississippi. This is going to be the place to find Sebastian if he were to be in Mississippi. So like Tupelo, New Albany, Boonville. This is where he would be, Corinth. And you can see that Katie's Pluto and Scorpio. Pluto is not just about death and rebirth or things that are hidden with the investigation, but it's also a leadership. Chris has his Saturn. That's about his work here in Mississippi, in Memphis. It's about his work. But for Katie, she leads the pack here. This is where she leads with all of her desires to hide. All of her desires are to hide. And so it would be within this conjunction that during the missing third house, this 1616 that goes to the lunar nodes of fate for Mississippi is going this way. Here's the communications. Those are her desires. And let's get closer in. The DA is here. This is where his Neptune is. Kathy's Neptune is going to be here. The missing third house, outer wheel, conjunct Poseidon. So all of the wisdom is going this way. When I say the wisdom is in Mississippi, I'm saying that Poseidon during the missing event is going to Mississippi this way. And then we have Sebastian. That 6th house outer wheel that matches the state of Tennessee with the things that they learn with Selena and Pisces is right here, the 4th house of home. Let's look at that with the state of Tennessee. I'm saying it as his Pisces Selena. Hold on. What is this? Pisces Selena, 4th house of home. Teacher. We got a teacher here. There's the TBI. Leads come in. Leads come in. Leads come in. Let's look at the TBI real quick. Because this is what, if we're on the money here, this is what we would want to see. And what I need to remind myself all the time. Leads come in. Okay, it's a 1047. It's a 1047 in Scorpio that we're looking at. That's a 1047 in Scorpio with the TBI. That's where leads are coming in. Let's get it back on the day that 1047, because they were getting a lead when that happened. Let's look at it. 1047. See, there's that 1616. That goes to the state of Mississippi. Okay. I said 1047. Yeah. Okay. And they would have received a lead or learned something that Monday around 2:45. Around 2:45. That's the 4th house of home. The dark moon has just went over the state of Mississippi with health. There's definitely a warring in Oklahoma during this time. There's an opposition with Sebastian that's taking place here. Okay. These two, okay, so Jupiter is expanding resources. TBI is coming in. They're saying, okay, let's do a Amber Alert. And there is an opposition here in the 8th house, the Scorpio house, but it's, this is in Pisces. There's an opposition with Sebastian here. His theories in the 10th house of Virgo is a 931. And Saturn has come to oppose that series. Interesting. I haven't seen that before, but now I see. Because we're learning something. The TBI is taking action. It's that day. It's that day at 2:45 p.m. Whatever's happening here. Let's go back. Let me see. That's Chris. The moon is reflecting conversations. It's a conversation with Chris. It's a conversation with Chris. So whatever they are learning is opposing Sebastian. Okay. Okay. Lord, Lord, and Lord. Okay. Does his line show he was at work? The line is going, his lines are definitely going to go that way. They're the lines, and this it's going to show me travel. And yes, I do see travel that's going to be taking place. I do see it. But does that mean it's going to be, is there going to be travel with a lot of warring and a lot of backlash with we the people? Is that the way that it's actually expressing itself, you know? Mm. This is North Carolina. It's 2256. It would have just come over North Carolina too. And that's the 26th. So we've got the 26th that day. But it's the communications that the law enforcement are reflecting on with Chris Proudfoot, and communications with him. It's about Chris. It's about Chris. Lead is coming in. They are learning something, but whatever they are learning is opposing Sebastian. There's limits and obstacles with the things that are hidden, especially with groups and with video. Mm-hmm. Indeed. 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 Okay. That's a trip. So the 1047, let's look at the TBI one more time, because it was showing up with Jupiter in Taurus. So let's look at the opposition with the TBI, because the lead is a Scorpio Taurus axis. So we've got the 12th house, things of the past. And then we've got their everyday work and the investigation with what is hidden, trying to go deep beneath the surface with what Chris has said versus what is actually really happening. So Jupiter was expanding here in a big way, but Jupiter was expanding here, opposing where we're looking at. Okay. Where we're looking at, which is right here. Do you understand? If y'all understand, say yes. If you don't, say no. And I'm going to go back over it. I don't mind at all. I just want to make sure that you understand it. So I've got to work on this. I've got to see where, you know what? I can already tell you. Hold on. Let me see. That's a 10. Seth is going to be, I need to put Seth in here. I can do it right now and show you. I'm going to leave the, I'm going to leave the DA up, take the addresses out. The 2232. So it's going to be right here where Chris and Seth meet up with Sebastian right here. I'm going to stop it in Mississippi though. I'm going to wait until I can draw all out. Okay, so Seth has that shake up with his kid going right there from the roadhouse, right? And then he has he's got a 214 in Scorpio. I can remember that. So Seth is here and here. And then I don't remember what he has in between there, if anything. I'm pretty sure he does. I'm pretty sure he does. Okay, so let's go back. Let's turn on the addresses. This is where Chris and Seth would meet on this line from the roadhouse. Okay. TBI. Yeah, but they do. You meet with the TBI for sure. Mm-hmm. Let's pull up these now because I want to look at Seth with these lines here. It's right here. This is where he is meeting Sebastian. It's actually in transit today. And then we have the TBI, that 10. So we've got a 4 here, a 3 and a 4, Scorpio. And there's the TBI, the natal 6th house. There's Katie, there's the DA, there's the missing. So they're all right here. They're all right here. And the 24 that's in transit right now with the state of Tennessee is going to be here. Hold on. It's going to be with this one where Chris and right there here. There's the campground. What do you mean opposing? Yes, his eyes going against. So when I say that he and Chris are meeting here at a 22 Scorpio, he meets, it's right there here. This is it. This is where they're meeting. This is where Seth's line, it's his Uranus in the 5th house of kids. It's what shakes him up. It's abrupt, it's unexpected, and he gets a wake up, a shake up. It's unexpected, it's a jolt. That's what Uranus does. It'll jolt you. Well, for Chris, it's about world health. It's about the health factor with Seth's son. And it has to do with education, competition, control. And this is also the control, the leadership that Katie takes is going through here. So we do go through, it looks like Alabama with that conjunction. No. We go into Savannah, Tennessee. We go into Corinth, New Albany. And then I do have somebody down here. Oh, this is a property that one of the family members own. That's the wisdom that Sebastian has. Then we've got the TBI and all of them. So I'm going to work on this map. I'm definitely going to work on this map because it is just, I don't know. Those lights have got me. Those lights have got me, and I appreciate y'all sharing what you know, because I had no idea that that was even a thing that anybody, I don't think that that was Sebastian on Carrie's video, but it could be. It's definitely showing that there is definitely a possibility that Sebastian could have left the roadhouse, gotten into the car with someone else without being seen. And that problem that we have on Sebastian's map leaving home that is going over the layered property is because the car, not the car, but the body, because the Mars is going to represent the body or the car. I show it time and time again how it's accurate. And the video that he has is what we, the people, war with. And it's also what Seth wars with, because he doesn't know that that is his son, right? So it does make sense that this campground and the missing palace in Sagittarius brings a shakeup of investigations with a higher learning with the courts. Big time. Chris doesn't have to be in the area. Just Bowersox, because that's who I see would have been driving the vehicle. It would have had to have done, it had to have been him. One of the family members. Chris didn't have to leave. If Chris did leave and brought him back here, closer to him, because she goes there, right? They're constantly going back and forth to Mississippi if they haven't moved. They're constantly going back and forth here. So if you want control over your kid, you're going to have him somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. And she is showing north of Memphis. You know, she's showing north of Memphis. This is where the Neptune and Sagittarius, the traveling, would come to with Seth that he doesn't see. And so we are in Missouri and Arkansas. And I was looking at properties this morning of Bowersox family members that are in Arkansas. So we're looking from Missouri down into Mississippi. Okay. I think that that's where we are looking. Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi. Because to say it's a slam dunk that Katie did something awful to her child and that, you know, he could possibly, I don't think that he's going to be in that pond simply because Seth isn't going to be shining there. He's not going to be, oh, hey guys, look, all right. No, no, it's not going to happen. Now, could he be the pain that Seth would have from that property? The pain that he would share is with groups. And it could be just about money and how everybody is always, oh, he's grifting off of his son. He's grifting. If anybody is going to grift, if anybody is going to make this their job, talking about Sebastian, it should be Seth. I want to see Seth talking about Sebastian on here on the YouTube streets more than me. And don't you think that I don't tell him that either? I want to hear him. I want to see him. Well, Michael Proudfoot, okay, drives a truck. Drives a truck. And it's during the middle of the night where if Sebastian did leave from home, it could have been him. But they're all working together. They all know. They're all talking to each other. Just like they did with Nina. I can look at the video of 1 and 2, but I showed it. I showed the video of 1 and 2. I showed it. I showed the video of 1 and 2. See, there's the 2. But the 1 just kept doing a replay. It was going over and over again. I looked at 2 and 3. I looked at 2 and 3. I showed 2 and 3. And then I see where it says whose vehicle is back there. I see this one. See things about green hood. I mean, the yellow coat. This keeps saying December 7th, December 7th, December 7th. It's skipping. December 7th, December 7th. That's all it's doing. First time listening, intriguing work. Thank you so much. Seth has been online talking. He has. I'm just saying it would be nice to see him just talking more, just talking more, maybe answering some questions, like doing a question and answer thing. I don't know. Now my computer is frozen. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it off of that. Here we go. Got it off. There we go. There we go. But yeah, this video just keeps on. It keeps on coming. Keeps on doing a little skipping. That's all it has. This part 1, that's all it does. That's all it does on the shorts. But the part 2 and the part 3, I can see a little bit in the back. Well, the part 1 and the part 2, this is what you sent me. This is what you sent me, though. So if you want me to show something else, yeah, I mean, I did the part 1. I did the part 2. I see them. That's the ones that I've looked at. But the part 1 isn't even showing part 1. It's showing Katie. For some reason, let me see if I can get it. Let me see. Now, that's a different one. Hold on. Something ain't right here. Let me try to pull it up again. For some reason, it's not working out for me. Let me try it again. Okay. Here we go. Let me take the full screen off because it's not going to have the audio, just in case y'all want to hear it. Okay, let's try this again. Me and you or Little Miss Sharon, can somebody share that link to her channel again? Yeah, Seth doesn't have his own channel, and it would be nice to just hear him, going back and forth, talking to us. Talking to us. We are Sebastian's army, right? We've got a general. I'm really enjoying this. It's like sitting in a college course. Very awesome. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you. I love that. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it. Okay, so let's try this. All right. Make sure that it's on the screen, that we can all see it. Make sure. And this says could this be the exchange? Well, shoot, hold on. Hold on. Get that off the phone. I'm looking at my phone for a second. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Did we get college credit? I wish. Okay, so that's Seth's channel. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. But if somebody could, let me go ahead and I'll share it. Hold on. Let me share this. her channel. Carrie Reviews is who we are looking at. No problemo. I got it. There is Carrie. No. Damn. Oh, I didn't share it yet. Sorry. There it is. Carrie Reviews. This is on a short. She has it part 1, 2, and 3. Want to give her credit where credit is due, so be sure to check her out. Oh, it's okay, honey. It's okay. No problemo. We can share Seth all day.
Wow.
Okay, let's look at this.
What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay.
I'm sorry, but Jeff, I know you're probably working. I know you're probably busy, but look at this girl walking. I swear it looks like Texana to me. The way she's walking and everything. Come on. Look at that. Let me start it over. It looks like Texana to me. The way she walks and everything.
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on.
Oh, that person's getting it too. Getting it. Walking quickly.
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are. Look at the lights flashing to the left here in a second. Because he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look. They quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the 2 white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly.
Well, I didn't see Sebastian. Hold on. I didn't see Sebastian at all. I didn't see him. That person that looks like that they're fast walking. I know. Where's Jeff? He's probably on a ladder or something, can't get down, but it does look like her to me. Green hoodie looks like her to me. But TBI says that they've talked to Green Hoodie wearing the same green hoodie. Okay. Well, they should know.
What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are.
Yeah, they're walking. I can see them walking this way. They're now behind the white truck. Let me rewind it. You can see it. I mean, you got to zoom in. It's hard to see this little bitty screen.
Right here. There they are. Look at the lights flashing to the left here in a second. Because he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look. They quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the 2 white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly.
Yeah, I didn't see Sebastian walking.
Wow.
I looked as hard as I could to see any type of shadowy figure, but I didn't see it. Okay. Let's look at it one more time. Yeah, I wish I could zoom in, but I can't.
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking?
Looks like Texana to
Okay.
me. Way she
Person is
walks.
going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are. Look at the lights flashing to the left here in a second. Because he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look. They quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the two white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Wow. What I
Anything. He said you're right. I was on the ladder. All right, babe. Look at this. Look at this, Jeff. This green hoodie person that comes out and that walks. Tell me that this person ain't walking like Texana. And if you disagree, just say, yeah, I don't think so. I think we've seen her enough. We've seen her walk enough. We know how she's walking. This looks like her to me.
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see.
What do you think? She's getting it. Watch again. Watch again, Jeff.
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk. Keep an eye on hoodie person. You will see they go behind the bushes. Watch. Right here. There they are. Look at the lights flashing to the left here in a second. Because he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look. They quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the two white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly.
Yeah, I'd be more apt to think that if that green hoodie person had anything to do with Sebastian, that
Wow. What I just found could be the perfect exchange.
that was her
Look
getting
at this. Look at. Do you see the
that was
hoodie
her that
person
goes this
walking?
way
Okay.
to the right
Hoodie person is going to walk.
and then
Keep an
gets
eye on
confused
hoodie
and walks
person. You
that
will see
way.
they
She's
go
walking
behind the
that way
bushes.
to meet
Watch.
Sebastian. It's a lot of activity. I just don't see Sebastian walking.
Right here. There they are. Look at the
she's
lights
getting
flashing
it
to the left here in a
fast.
second. Because he don't know where to go, or she don't know where to go. Look.
And I could see that where she wouldn't know where to
They
go.
quickly turn off. Now pay attention. After the two white cars drive by, there goes the second one. Now, I believe here comes Sebastian. Allegedly.
Yeah, I didn't see where it looked like
Wow.
Sebastian anywhere in there. Yeah. 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 Yeah, Texana looks like green hoodie to me. I mean, the law enforcement, they supposedly talked to her, the green hoodie woman, and she was wearing her green hoodie, but it does look like Texana to me. And Texana has cut her hair. She had longer hair and then she cut it all off. But it would not surprise me. Okay, anything that woman would do would not surprise me. It just wouldn't. Because she's been trying to take Seth down through there, but her walking the way that she walks, I know how she walks, and that looks like her to me.
Well, what I just found could be the perfect exchange. Look at this. Look at. Do you see the hoodie person walking? Okay. Hoodie person is going to walk.
God, that looks just like her to me. It looks just like her to me. Hold on. Hold up. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks, her walking, huh, looks like her to me. I can't get that out of my head now. Can't get that out of my head now. And so now I'm going to have to go back when they leave the Texas Roadhouse and pull up the chart, pull up her chart. Let me see. I know y'all can't see this, and she's definitely a Scorpio. She's definitely a Scorpio, guys. And I think I want to look at this. Hold on. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Hold on just a second. I'm going to look at when he leaves the Texas Roadhouse. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all this. We're going to look at it together. Where's the Roadhouse? There they are. Okay. And of course, I don't have birth times, but I do know exactly when they left. Well, let's see. That's a 623. I've got two Texas Roadhouse charts. I want to say it's the other one. Yeah, it's this one. This is when they pull off. You can literally see him getting in the car and them pulling off. No doubt about it. Okay, let me pull this up so y'all can see it now. Hold on. Entire screen. Here we go. All right, let's look at this together. So, not knowing anything about times or anything, we're just going to look at this. I just want to look and see the 2419 and the 8th house. This is what is hidden with the car. This is Mars energy. This is Aries. And there's an expansion with travel. I know that this 2421 could be a 2419. Excuse me. This 1733 is a connection that Jacob Carr and Seth Rogers have. It's a transformation of publicity. It's a transformation of publicity for Seth about his child, and for Jacob Carr, that degree is a lot of emotions about home. A lot of emotions about home. This Venus could be the dark moon degree. I don't know. I'm just not seeing anything. Let me look. See if I can see a non-mover that's going to speak to me. There's a breakup with the 2740. So when I'm telling you guys that there is something that's happening the second week of January, it's also happening with her. It's also happening with her. Saturn is going to be making contact. How it's going to look, don't know. How it's going to work itself out, don't know. Let me see what else I can see. The 1612, the dark moon, and that could be her relationship. There could be a relationship that's dark. It's about the past. I know that Chris had just had a relationship with 1523. A lot of anger 2 hours prior around 4 o'clock. Let me see. 1047. Y'all, remember the 1047? Do y'all remember that in Taurus? That's the TBI. Remember? We were just looking at that. Jupiter. Jupiter was at that 1047. Let's go back, shall we? Let's look at this. The 1047. There it is. Information about Texana, and she has a lot of problems. She is a hidden enemy of the TBI. She has a lot of problems with information that is coming in. So Jupiter had expanded information, but it was opposing where I'm showing you at a 1047 in Scorpio. Let's go back. Hold on. So all the problems that Jupiter was expanding that was coming at a 1047 is opposing her Neptune, Astrea, Venus, Mercury. Actually, it's not opposing Mercury, but this is very interesting indeed. Interesting. And I know that I'm overlooking something right now that's probably really important. Hold on. All of Chris's problems are right here. Venus is on her way. So, okay, so Sebastian has an 1143 in his chart, okay? He has an 1143 in his chart. And I want to show you where that's at. It's right here because when I have on the map and I say teacher, that 1143 is in Scorpio. You can find it here in the 6th house of Taurus, 1143, right? But then we have a teacher here at home that's also an 1143. And we there's this teacher. She claims to be a teacher for autistic children. Okay? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So we have a teacher that is at 1143 that he gets information from. Sebastian. And this is where she gains a lot of attention. I'm an autistic teacher. This is how it is. I'm working for Chris and Katie. I'm taking Seth Rogers to court because he did XYZ and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, Venus is coming to oppose her. The values, the video, the group, we the people are coming to oppose her teaching already. It's already in orb. No matter what time Chris is born, let me show it to you first. Where is he at? I put these exclamation part so I can find it real quick. Okay, so he has a lot of anger with the 1523. There was already a relationship that has already pissed him off. He has a 10 in Taurus. That's the breakup. That's the burden. And it's opposing all of these values that are hidden. This Cupid, more times than not, with a perpetrator, I'm looking for the Neptune of the perpetrator to find the person, or I'm looking for the Cupid. If I know the perpetrator for sure, then I want to make sure that I've got the Cupid mapped and I've got the Neptune mapped. Because generally, if there's any science, which I haven't found, but look, all of his problems with communications are a 232. His desires are a 951. No matter what time he's born, this Cupid is a 951. Now watch. Watch. You see this Mars in the 5th house of kids? We're out of business. The car, the 950, is coming to that 951, right? So we see when they leave here, I don't know what time the girl is born, so I could be definitely missing something, but this is where the relationship is going south with Chris. Between 2 and 5. 2 and 4:30. Between 2 and 4:30, and there is this wake-up call at home. These are Katie's desires, her Cupid, to hide things. So we get it to the 1143 and her values. Well, I want to show you the exact moment where she is being opposed. Where Texana is being opposed is in the 4th house of home. Let's see how many hours this is after the roadhouse. Because there's already been a shakeup with Sebastian's health. There's already been a shakeup. That's already happened. Already been a shakeup with his health. Could be about hospitals. I don't know. Nina has a 955. Chris has a 955. That's in transit now in the 4th house of home. And then now that teacher, Texana, is being opposed by Venus, the values of the group home, right there. And that 2420 that was in transit, right? This 2420 that she could have is rising. It's rising, and Eris is on the descendant. It's a big deal. It's a pretty big deal. There's a relationship with Kathy here. 1519, that's her all day long. That's a relationship with her. We are reflecting on the group's health right here. By 9:22. So that's 3 hours. 3 hours. So by 9:30, three hours have passed, and she's being opposed. That teacher that's in the public eye is being opposed with her values, with Chris Proudfoot right here and Nina for the future. And there's the car. So, yeah. Do I think that there's some problems here? Do I think that that looks like her? I do. Is it her? Probably not. But I don't know. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Because the way that girl's walking looks like Chicky Poo. Sure does. Sure does. Looks like her. Looks like her to me, man. Sebastian's health has already been shaken up. That 1040 is about to expand. The next day, when Sebastian is opposed, and it's with something that Chris has said, or it's with the cameras. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go ahead and get that to a 2420. Well, actually, no. I'm going to wait. Because that's when she's being opposed right there. 1143. 1143. What else can I tell here? What else? Let me look for a second. 948. Let me look. Let's look at this. Let's look at these two right here. Let's look at this. Let me try to break it down for a second because the lunar nodes are in the 250s. God's will is being done here with children and schooling at a 10, at a 254. We got 2433, 20. She must have a 24. Or whoever this is that's opposing her has that. Let's see. 1233, 28, 627, 534. Mercury is already opposing her. Mercury is already opposing the group and the cameras, the video, the group health. It's already doing that. And there's an expansion that's going to take place. There's a learning, a teaching, an expansion of travel, possibly because it's Jupiter with a 331 and God's will be done. But prior, the sun and Mercury are shining there. 948. Let me look at that. Hold on. Let me look at Mars when Mars makes contact with that 948. And it's right before. Okay, so it would be right before 948. Let me take it back. Hold on. This girl's got me all kind of messed up. All kind of messed up. Ah, okay. All right. Miss Vigilante. Miss Rebel. I'm feeling like the more that I look, maybe it just makes more sense. There it is. There it is. So the 948 in the fifth house with Mars, the car, the video, the group, that 2248, that would be the conversation that was talked about with me with Seth. Okay, so there's the 2248, that's Seth. We are not missing yet. And at 550, that's when she comes into play with Mars. Huh. 2248, we've already had past conversations. There it is again. Now the past conversations, that 948. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. And that 1047, Jupiter is expanding all of her problems and money, and gosh, getting money hand over fist with that. 1047, and it's opposing Sebastian the next day. Now let's pull up Katie. Where are you at, Katie? Let's look at her Neptune with that business. Let's look at that, the Neptune with the business. 949. Well, isn't that interesting? Well, isn't that interesting? Okay, because that's the business. That's the Texas Roadhouse. Let's see if I can get that to the 948. No. Nope. The 949. So it hits her at the 948. She's having a lot of disordered aggression. She don't know what to do, where to go. And this is what is hidden. Right, Katie? That's what's hidden. Let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. Because this is going to be Katie's 9-degree right here. And so that's what it is. So the Neptune and her Chiron are in an opposition. It's with the business. It's with the lights. It's with that intersection. It's going this way. And this would be a great place for Tennessee, because this is always a really good place for Tennessee to find somebody. Let me see where Seth is coming in. This is the one from the Texas Roadhouse. I'm going to have to, I know that Chris and Katie and Melissa ride this line with the state of Tennessee. It's actually right here. Let me take Tennessee out. See what I'm saying? Tennessee, Katie, Chris, Melissa share this line. I just haven't put it all together on this map, but they all share it. And this is a great place for the state of Tennessee to find the missing out of Tennessee. And it's a 7 Capricorn. So we do have a relationship that's here. I just haven't drawn it in with Sebastian. There is a relationship here. Okay. I feel like Oh, gal. I feel like gal is, go back. Let me make sure that that don't move to the 949. Let me make sure that that don't come to the 949. Let's see. Let's go down to 1222. It does. Okay. It does. So it does go to the that would definitely okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get a dark moon with the state of Tennessee and Kentucky. Now, hmm, we're learning something about Virginia, Massachusetts. Okay. 2740 is still intact. The 1047 is. We have a 259, 329. Let's see. This is the fifth house of kids. This is definitely about the world health and the United States. Group home, homelessness. And see, this would have that every day, that sixth house. You know, this would match in the United States too. 1340, 1638. This could be going to California. She travels all over. Travels all over. So this Chiron out of 608. Let's look at the sun when the sun is shining on that 608 Chiron. Because this is actually okay, if we're looking at it from this point of view, Pisces can be about a hospital, but it can also be about sacrifice. Not literal sacrifice, but where you sacrifice yourself for other people, where you're taking on like this vigilante, where you want to, save the world type of, you know, energy. Pisces can do that. We can sacrifice a lot for other people. And it's not, we are sacrificing other people, we are sacrificing our time on other people. And if, this would definitely be about kids in the fifth house, groups of kids, homelessness, a group home, hospital. I don't know what time, the birth is. Don't even know if that's for sure the birthday, but I'm going with it because that's what I found. All of her problems are a 2-0. I mean, the Chronos is a 2-3. All of her problems are with the TBI. She's got a lot of problems with the TBI and money, pleasure, the things that she has done is definitely a call out, but it opposes their work, their everyday, the investigation. Interesting to me. Very interesting. I want to see that. 608. Let me see when the sun is shining. Because after the sun shines on that 608, then Mercury is going to come right behind it. So 608. And this is when the Chiron comes over her. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see who else shows up around here. So we don't know exactly what degree that is, but I would say that it's around a 608. 609 possibly, because there's me and Jacob. Canada. There's Canada. Let's keep going. Let's leave it here. Let me look at it for a second. Okay, Seth is a 447. So yeah, let's go back. Let's look at this 608. There it is, right there. Because that is Seth. It's in the middle of the night. A wake-up call. The 1047. The 1047 is coming with Venus. She has a 0031. Let's go back. This is where all the emotions are bringing in a justice, right? These emotions are going to begin right here in the 11th house of groups. This is Saturday afternoon at 4:30. There's Kathy Bowersocks. There's Kathy all day long. There she is. There's a lot of energy going to that business in Capricorn. A lot of energy going to that business, and the pain at the 608 hasn't come into the sun yet. The lunar nodes, though, that 256, her lunar nodes, that's where there's communication going down. Let me make sure that Kathy has the 1617, and not the, I wanted to say it's the 1619. Either way, let me look at this. We haven't learned, she hasn't, Katie hasn't learned just yet that 11th house of groups, that's exactly where Texana is having a lot of emotions here. Saturday afternoon, no matter what she's doing, there's a lot of emotion. The lunar node is conjunct Chiron, conjunct Eris. This would be when there could be some type of learning or a travel is about to take place. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I want to say that that's Kathy, but I want to say it's also 1619. Let me look. It is 1619. So that would have been a couple of days before. Would have been a couple of days before. And look, she has the shakeup with the 950 with Uranus and the video. This is Texas Roadhouse. We were just looking at that. And the 1342, the 1340, there's the teacher in Kathy's chart. That's the teacher in Kathy's chart. I'm not making it up. Damn. Look at that. 2522. 2522 in Taurus. Let's go back to the TBI because I want to show you that. TBI, where are you at? Where are you at, TBI? Let's look. There it is. Her Jupiter So Kathy's Jupiter in Taurus is a 25-22. Do you see how these connections show up and show out? And I don't force it. I just remember them. Okay. So her Jupiter is sitting right here on their ascendant. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Jeff is home. Jeff is home. We do have a lot of characters in this. I mean, you can't, it's, when you're looking at a conspiracy, because this 25-degree in Taurus is a conspiracy degree. These 25s, these 22s to 26, 25 and 26 degrees on this axis with Scorpio and Taurus, it's major conspiracy. Major conspiracy. And you just don't know who it is that you should be looking at, because they are, in any case, they're going to be connected to the law enforcement. They're just going to be, they're going to be connected to the other two agencies that are working on the case, that are looking at them. So it would have been 2 days prior that Kathy would have created a contract. Okay. Because Libra is contract too. And she deals a lot with contracts. Okay. Are you just going to sit out there? You better get your hat. He's about to go let the chickens out. We're hunting a fox, so can't really let him roam around, but he's about to give him a cucumber. That's not fair, Jeff. Wait for me to give him the cucumber. Yeah. Because then he's going to look like the big guy. Okay, so check this out. So the 29-22, all right, that Neptune is coming over is right here. The Venus at a critical degree. It's about the values at the business, at the roadhouse or woods. Could be about a hospital. Could be about a place that he's at. And Neptune is going to hang out on that degree and make contact with that degree. And it's just going to sit there. Just sit for days. I mean, not here. The Neptune is actually here with his mother. It's there with his mom. But there's a relationship, a transformation, a long travel. This is Terry Bowersocks with that Jupiter. All day long, every day, all day long, he is connecting with Sebastian with this Jupiter. Jupiter rules the 9th house of grandparents. It's a long travel. We're going far. We're going out of the country. We're going to college. This is where the judge sits. We're going to the court. And it's about school. It's about children. And here's his sister. Here's the contracts with groups, possibly with law enforcement, because this 2642 goes here, 2642. I'm not so sure. Not so sure. Let me look at this 2439. I got to remember that. but she gets a shakeup, and it's with Mars. It's with the vehicle, the green hoodie. Mm-hmm. Let me go back. 26. So if we go back, let's look at Kathy. Because now I'm curious about green hoodie, even more so after seeing that little walk. I swear I know that walk. I know that walk. Let's see. Where's the 16? There it is. Let's go back days. Oh, shit. It didn't come over it. Damn. Damn. Okay. It's stationed right there. That would have been February 11th. That would have been around the time that they went to. This is about the parent teacher. Okay. There's the 13s. Sacrifice. Let's look at let's go back. Right there. Let's go back to right here. Because that 31 is going to be transformed with groups. It's going to be transformed with groups in the future. That's Texana. That's her. There's the teacher, 1141. Let's look at the 1143. There's Kentucky. Hold on. I'm seeing a bunch. Okay. Hmm. 1612, 1426. Here it is. Right there. Here's Katie. There's Katie. Let me go back. Hold on. The 12. The 12 was Sebastian and the wake up call with relationships. That's on February 6th. Tuesday, February 6th. Sebastian and his mother are in transit with Terry Bowersox in the state of Tennessee. Lots of energy with school, with higher learning. At home, Mercury is coming into the 250s with Texana. We've already learned the teacher has already showed up. Okay. The sun is shining on a lot of problems with Tennessee. And the 2554 that is in transit all day long today with Chris Proudfoot is happening on this day. And I just want to see when the teacher is going to show up. Is it going to be? Yep, it's going to be with Chris. The teacher is going to show up with Chris. Let's see. Hold on. Right there. In the middle of the night. It's always happening in the middle of the night. Don't these people sleep? Jesus. Palace is at a 0-0. Right there. The 2442, that's coming into the 2443 with Virginia. With Virginia, there's what's her face? The teacher, right? Texana. And then here is Kathy Bowersox. The sun is shining on the Chiron of Sebastian Rogers. We are learning something here. This is when she is going to be transformed in the future. And probably doesn't even know it yet. Or maybe she does. Lots of energy going down with California. It's going to be a relationship with Virginia and Tennessee. There's just no telling what all is really going on in the world. But this 1907, we're coming into that 1908, the 1909 with Chris Proudfoot. Okay. And the 27, the moon is reflecting against Sebastian with communications and the things that are hidden that we don't see with this investigation. And it's a sad, 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 sad. But there's Kentucky right there. Saturn in the third house of communications is on the same exact degree as the Aries sun with the TBI. So the TBI shines at a 703. There it is. The 1701 is also in Aquarius, is not just Sebastian's Chiron in Aquarius in the third house of communications with his sibling. It's also where Utah has their Venus. Utah has the Venus at a 1701. Neptune has just come off of Chris. He's already had a relationship that transformed him. That relationship that transformed him would have been right here. That's when all the way that relationship that transformed him So the Secret Service and his mother are showing up Monday, February 5th at 3:22 right here. Their connection with the communications is right there. With Chris, with his mom, with Secret Service right there. Right there. Monday, 3:22:47. And there's the Chiron at that 16:11. Could possibly be Simmons. Interesting, man. Sorry. When I go back and I look at it like this, wow. Because the parent teacher conference, that was another wow. But all of this is setting a stage. It's just constantly setting a stage. And if you look, the 2420, 2421, whatever it was, the day he went missing was, there's the 2421. And I think we're looking at the business and the car in the future. I do. And I think it's her. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope she doesn't have anything to do with it at all. But something ain't. Just the way that she's walking right there. I mean, the way that she's walking. That walking right there. That, that's her. It looks like her to me all day long. That looks like her like all day long. All day long. So the 24 Capricorn, this is the best place, I feel like. We're going, this is Kentucky and Missouri. I don't know. I'm going to have to work on this map. I'm going to have to work on it. I am. Hey, Sean, I'm still here, girl. Still talking, still flapping my gums. You've done all kinds of productive things while I'm just sitting here, just talking. I feel like I'm doing productive things too, but I wonder why none of the school teachers have spoken out from Sebastian School. I think that there's probably because of the the intensity that is on this case, you know. It is productive, I know. It's productive. I mean, I do, you know, I'm constantly asking for guidance. Here's the DA's moon, and there's the Juno. There's the relationship with the Roadhouse, with Sebastian, and with the DA. Seth descends here with relationships going from the Roadhouse. But this right here, this energy right through here is where we're going through Springfield, Arkansas, or is that Missouri? Springfield. Is that Missouri? Going through Kansas, Colorado, Utah, Nevada. So the Utah would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Would be very interesting to see that Utah connection because, man, that's where the values are. In Utah. That's where, I mean, it's going straight into there. Let's see. Utah real quick. I want to show you guys what I'm talking about. Let me duel it out with Sebastian's charts just so you can see what I'm talking about. Because it's like, am I looking at Utah or am I looking at Sebastian? You know, Sebastian's connection with Utah. I'm going to show you that. So you see the 1701. It's in the 9th house. (1701) in Aquarius. So this is about the future. It's about groups, we the people. And for Utah, it's about the health. It's about the health. But it's ruled by children or publicity. A lot of publicity comes into this home, this 9th house. And remember, Chris has the 2554 that's in transit today. Remember that? Here's Utah, 2554. Remember the 2419 that was in transit when Sebastian went missing that could be connected to what's her face? There it is right there, 2419. You see what I'm saying? So Chris definitely connects to Utah. He definitely connects to Utah. In the 8th house, hidden home, things that are hidden here. Sebastian connects to Utah with their Venus, their values, with children's health. Sebastian's desires to go far, to keep it moving with this Mars, to keep on and going. Those desires at a 1531 also connects to Virginia, but it also connects to Utah as well through the physician of the mental health at home. It could be that Texana has her lunar nodes at a 257, and that's the magnetism with Utah. Utah has a 44, 0044, and they've got a dark moon at a 0042. So the 0042 Utah the energy is now moved off of Chris in Utah. But that's what I was learning. That's what I've been learning. I've been learning and teaching. 1040. There's the reigniting of the flame, about the business, about Texana. Yeah. I'm just looking to see what else I can see here. What else can I see here? There's that 344. God's will is being done. Thank you very much. All right. And that divine justice with the roadhouse and the TBI, if it were to come into fruition, if it were to, 1047. That would be tomorrow. All the weight of what took place in the past at the business is right there. And we know that the lunar nodes of fate are coming over her. That Neptune that she has. Lots of energy. Lots of warring energy with it for sure. And what's going to happen is Trans-Pluto is about to station. Well, it's going to be stationing tomorrow. And it's going to station for a few days, and then it's going to come back. And when it comes back, it's going to come back to Sebastian at a 456. Vulcanus is going to station and come back to the 456. It's going to be a lot of hoopla, for sure. The 432, that is Sebastian. That is Sebastian. With the things of the past, the responsibility, the accountability, I may hear back tomorrow from those people, from the TBI. Look at that. He's learning something. Chris is going to learn something, and it's going to make him mad. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that, Chris. Imagine it. But I can definitely see that the moon is coming to the Saturn and the dark moon of Terry Bowersox. So I don't doubt for a minute that they don't know what happened to Sebastian. The sun is going to shine at that 1047 at the same time with a higher learning and a long travel. Oh, I can see Layla right there. But this 1043 is going to come to the 1047 as well. Sure is. Yeah, there is. Okay, let's see. Come on, son. 1044. See what's happening here. There's going to be a wake-up call over Terry Bowersock's Chiron with groups, video. Now it's at a 1048. So they're not going to be, the sun is now going to shine. The justice leaves. It comes up into the 11th house. There's a shakeup with groups tomorrow with communications probably. Oh, there's going to be things going down with Ghislaine Maxwell. The Epstein stuff, that's what it is tomorrow. 10:45 a.m., we're going to be made known. There's something coming about with the courts with Maxwell and a relationship in Virginia. Not in Virginia. Shit's going down with China tomorrow, too. Here comes that 1047. We're going to learn. We'll see what we can see with the degrees here. There's definitely a relationship. And I imagine that Mars is going to be coming against the state of Tennessee. The car, Mars, at a 2034 is coming against the Enlightenment with the state of Tennessee and the courts. Maybe she wants to go to court again. Maybe she wants to talk about court. She's always wanting to go to court, take somebody to court. Doesn't surprise me. This 432 is also where I connect to Sebastian through World Health and how I teach astrology. But this 2034 is going to come and is going to oppose the state of Tennessee with relationships. And so is that going to be with the TBI, their connection with the teacher? Possibly. Possibly so. But this is Sebastian all day long. He has a Vulcanus in his chart at a 432. Let me show it to you. And if we say that we are really here for Sebastian, then when you're looking at his chart and you see things like what I'm seeing right now with the health and the world health and things like that, you know, it makes me feel really bad for him. It hurts my heart. And this 1343 is going to be in transit during this period of time. So this 432 is actually his chronos. There's a timing. It's all about timing here. All about timing. Very sad. It's sad to me because when I look at it, it's about the communications and the ring cameras and things like that. And this is school, competition, home. And there's a devouring energy with a home. And I know that Proudfoot Jr. in Virginia has a Saturn that's a 2445. I know that. How many people could keep all of this a secret? You know what I'm saying? How many people could do that? Let me go back to the TBI for a second. Let me look at the FBI. I'm seeing something. The FBI is going to be taking a look at this, honey. Orb attraction. Welcome to the water bears, honey. Welcome. You're first. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. So the values with the TBI and the home, what they have done, what resources they have used, that is going to be a reflection because the TBI has a lot of emotions at an 848. And I can see that. I can also see that all day tomorrow, the FBI are going to be in the limelight. All day, all day, all day, all day. because that 2556 is where God's will is being done with the FBI. With the FBI. And there's going to be an investigation that's going to oppose them and their public image. The FBI, Ghislaine Maxwell, will see that. We may already see it. Hold on. We may already see that in the news. Let's see. FBI, and let's just look at FBI. See what comes up first. FBI source criticized Kash Patel in leaked report. FBI under Kash Patel has become internally paralyzed by fear. FBI, FTC warns scammers are imitating major retailers' luxury brands. Uh-oh. FBI warns all smartphone users stop answering these calls. I'm thinking it's maybe here. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Lifelong criminal just died. FBI in turmoil. Patel in over his head. Ooh, lordy, lordy. So this is just coming out. This is just coming out. Very interesting to me that Gino, 15-page report. So obviously that's a big problem. Now, Epstein. Is that going to have anything to do with it? FBI working with DOJ to see if they can produce something. Redactions email. Either way, this is going to have to do with the FBI. There's going to be things going on with the FBI all day long. It has to do with a home or at home. It has to do with this ninth house, the communications, probably the leak. And it's happening in the ninth house, which is the house of higher learning, but it's the courts. It's the courts. The judge. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So we can see that, right? We can see that that's what's going on with the FBI all day tomorrow. It'll actually begin probably in the morning and be transiting until the 3rd. But the state of Tennessee has definitely got an opposition with a relationship tomorrow as well. There's a relationship. It's something having to do with the courts probably as well. Let's see. And I just show you guys this just so you can see that I'm not just like pulling all of this out of thin air. Oh, yeah, it's about the election. That's right. How much snow, the whole world watching. Trump says whole world is watching Tennessee race. When is Tennessee special election? What about Tennessee in courts and court or Supreme Court or, yeah, it could be court. I don't know. It could be just all about the elections. There's something that is going to oppose the state of Tennessee with relationships when it comes to things that we learn. Let's see. Is it anything having to do with the court? No. Not yet, anyway. It could be a pew-pew. It could be something that's, that takes place in Tennessee tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? I would like to know how Craddock bought a house he can't afford on his salary. I think he was bought to keep quiet. It could be. It could be, playing the market. I don't know. I think Texana, I think she is being veered in the wrong direction. I think that Chris has, and it's all my opinion. It's all our opinion. It's all alleged. We don't know. I think that I think that he tells her how to think. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, but the way that chick is walking out of the Texas Roadhouse looks like her. It looks like her to me. It looks like how she walks. It really does. Looks like how she's walking. And I think that, tomorrow, with all this stuff going on with the FBI, and there's going to be the shakeup having to do with the FBI. But it's also showing us, because I can definitely see where they're working it too, like where the FBI, the Secret Service, and the state of Tennessee have been working it. And if there's anything that's going to be of any fruit, because let me go back. Because I know that there's going to be a lot of energy going to the FBI tomorrow, but I also think that with Neptune stationing at that second house, Venus of Sebastian, I think that there could be things going on that we're just not seeing or hearing about from the law enforcement. That's what I'm hoping anyway, I'm hoping that that's the case. Because Sebastian is going to be in transit. TBI and Texana are going to be in transit tomorrow. And then the fate is going to come down to that Neptune that she has that's in Scorpio. And that 13 degree that she has in Scorpio, that Neptune, again, is going this way. It's going into Memphis. It's going into Memphis. Her 13 Scorpio. It's right here. I mean, it's right here. This is it. This is her 13 Scorpio right here. And it's right on the missing event right there. Let me show you. Which is interesting because it's the third house that is conjunct Poseidon with the 1616. That's Mississippi's lunar nodes of fate. And it's going down into Mississippi during the missing event. This is Katie's Pluto, conjunct Cupid. And this is also where Texana has her Neptune. It's going right here. It's going right here. Right over. Right by this. So it's what she's not seeing. It's what she doesn't see. With all this Scorpio energy, she doesn't see it. Other people's money. Is she being paid? Well, I don't know. Follow the money. That's all I can say. Follow the money. I know tomorrow there's a bunch of shit going down in China too. Let me see if it's showing up in China's chart. I mean, in the news. It would have to be Air Wallach faces China's backdoor allegations from prominent VC. UK Starmer warns China poses security threats, but urges deeper business ties. Okay. Forbes. Oh, of course, it's not gonna let me. There's going to be a lot of problems. They're going to be pissed off all day tomorrow with whatever's going on in the world. China is, that is. Shoebox money. I mean, you never know. We just don't know. And we're looking at all angles. Anybody that wants to insert themselves like Texana has done is going to be talked about. You're going to be talked about, honey. You have inserted yourself in this kid, this kid's case. This is where the DA doesn't see. See, a Neptune has to be dissolved. And it's trying Mars and Pisces. So if it's in good standing with Mars and Pisces, then that means that Mars and Pisces be about the car. And the good standing of Mars and Pisces could be about water, of course, but hospital, medications being refilled here. And see that sixth house where he's receiving information. I mean, that is just, it's leads are coming in at that 1047, isn't it? And it's opposing her Neptune. It just is. I mean, I'm not making it up. I can't make it up. It's just the way that it is. But that boy, he has his Saturn at a 2445, and I can remember that because it's the same exact degree as China. So I can remember that easily. Easily. I just hope that the law enforcement, I really do. I really do. I hope that they are learning more about these players that have inserted themselves, even me. Look into me. Look at what I'm doing, y'all. Go ahead. Be my guest. But I do hope that they are also looking into why it is that she wanted to use Chris as a witness to something he never even witnessed in the courts. I do. Those things of the past, decisions that have been made. I can also see that there's going to be things going on with Texas tomorrow too. Anyway, I've been on here for 5 hours and I'm just going to have to shut it down. I'm going to work on the map. That way, when I do come back on here and talk about his map from the Texas Roadhouse, I've got more to show you guys. I've got more to show myself because I've only done so much work on it, and it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. It takes hours and hours and hours, days and days to build a map. I work tirelessly on it. And the way that I see the FBI and their matches with Sebastian is going to be with medication or a hospital. I mean, it could possibly be, Neptune is more about a lake or an ocean if we wanted to get into the water. But there's a breakup that they're going to have, and I think it's with medicines or a hospital. That's that connection that they have with Sebastian and his dark moon, the dark moon with the courts. And so, again, taking Sebastian's dad, whom he loves so much, to court, you're now an enemy of his. Okay? Texana, you're now an enemy. Don't get it twisted. I can promise you that. Anyway. Yes, Sebastian's birthday is coming up. Yep. Sure is. We will be going to Culver's on Sunday. Sure will. I don't know if I can put this here. If you have an Android phone, go to your settings, go to Google and preferences, go to phone number, sharing, and turn it off. It's for third-party phone number scammers. Okay. go to your settings. Let me screenshot that so I can remember how to do it. I think I've done it, but just in case. Seems like I've done that, but I may have only done it to my last phone. But we're going to look at all these players, guys. We're going to look at all these players, but I've got to get this map from the Texas Roadhouse because that is promising to look at the intersection there. And like I said, the pond, the cemetery is not going more northeast of the house, going over the construction area, going back into that man's private property back there. Now that could be, if he's close to home, that's where he should be. But if not, we're looking at something completely different, and he just may not have made it home. And I know it's hard to overlook the lights that Mob Crew is showing. It reels me in too, guys. I just don't know. I just have my doubts because I don't know that he really made it home when I'm looking at the map. Sent you an email about the clip from Truth's Live, Jen. Thank you so much, Tina. I'll be talking about that tomorrow. Because I'm going to build on this map some, and then I'll come live again tomorrow, okay? I sure will. It's my goal to be there. What hours is Culver's open? I'm not sure about that. I would say that Jeff and I will probably be there around noon. I'm giving us till about noon to get there. I so wish I could. I would scream Sebastian's name to the hills. I heard that. Children belong to God. I love that. Children do belong to God. We need to protect them more. We need to protect them, not take their parents to court for absolutely nothing. Anyway, before I just get to ranting and raving, I'm going to stop because I don't know Texana, but what I do know, I don't like. And I think that there's a lot of work to be done there with that personality and the behavior, morals and ethics, the values there in a big way. And with that said, I've got my own opinion and I have the right to express my own opinion. I don't think that we can just, say that she was definitely the one that was there. But it looks like her walking to me. I've seen her walk, and that real quick walk and the way she makes that turn, I don't know. It looks a little sketchy to me. And that could be the opposition that Sebastian and the TBI have. Most definitely. Most definitely, guys. There's an opposition for a reason. It has to do with school, has to do with children, has to do with education. And their Pluto would suggest that he could be either in the trash, in the pond, deceased, and it could be the opposite, an angle that they're just not looking at, Yes, and I want you to look at the short hair. The short hair, familiarize yourself with green hoodie. Look at her with the short hair. And a lot of the things, she also has a YouTube. She has a YouTube channel. She's gone up on panels like on Queen Bee, J for Justice. She's gone up on those channels talking about Seth, talking about the laws that she was going to use to take him down. And if you think, Texana, if you think taking Seth Rogers to court is going to get you a hug or anything from Sebastian, you are wrong, honey. You are wrong. You have now become an enemy to Sebastian. I can guarantee you that. You've now become an enemy to him. Yeah, all the hate channels. Exactly. all the hate channels that hate Seth, that always want to talk shit about Seth. And she thinks by inserting herself and mouthing a bunch of laws and going to represent herself in the court of law. You mean to tell me that they had you come out and do all this work, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and just to end it, just to drop it? Something's not right here. Nope. No, ma'am, no ham. Thank you so much for being here with me. I appreciate all of you, and I will definitely be back on tomorrow. And I'm going to work on this map some tonight. So y'all get ready. Get your pen and paper out. Because we're going to be writing some stuff down. Be looking forward to some action. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to understand it at first, and you're not going to. Give yourself patience and time. You will. You'll start to get it. You'll start to get it. You just got to watch it. You just got to watch me, you know? Thank you, His Eyes. You're the bomb, too. Y'all are great for being here. Y'all could be anywhere else, but you're here trying to learn, trying to help figure out where this sweet young man can be. And it takes us all. There's no one-hit wonder. No I in team. It does take us all. I'm going to end this stream with Sebastian's anthem. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, hey, it lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise